How's it going? Happy Sunday. I'm here with Chaco. Chaco is determined to be in the way today. But that's okay, right? I feel like that's fine. How you guys doing? Welcome in. I'm so excited to be playing Arena today. My first time really playing Arena. I have clicked around in it for a little bit. We talked about that, I don't know, a few weeks ago. I've clicked around in it a little bit, and I tried to play it a little bit, and it's something. It's definitely dated, but it's fun. So we'll see how it goes. I'm very excited for it. I know that's shocks you guys, but I'm excited to get into some Elder Scrolls lore a little bit, right? So, and see if we can I don't know, get some more context for some of the stuff we're seeing in Skyrim, and of course in later games. Not later than Skyrim. We can wish and hope, but later than Arena for sure. Did you guys have a good weekend? Let's see, who's here? Sophie's here and claimed first. Nicely done, Sophie. You've been first 7 times. That's pretty darn good. Rocco's here. Hello, Rocco. How are you today? Great to see you again. Sophie says Arena. Or actually, it's more like Arena, which is how I feel. Inside. I try not to settle down. Everybody settle down a little bit. Hey, Bob, how are you? Sophie says, Liz, excited for an Elder Scrolls game? I cannot fathom it. I know, right? I know. Oh god, my phone is making noise. That's not right. That's not right. Alright. Let me make sure this is muted. Alright. Sorry about that. For the people that are here, the people who are the true, I don't know if I want to say fans of the stream, but people who are here, the viewers who are very, very excited about being in the stream early. I have new emotes. I haven't set them up yet, but they came in this morning. I've got a series of Cider and Choco emotes that I will probably be updating between streams, so look for them tomorrow. I think they're gonna be or look for them later today, let's be honest. I'll probably work on it after the stream, so if you are around tonight, you'll probably have them. Marco, settle down, please. But yeah, I'm pretty excited for them. They are good. They are good emotes, and I am hyped for them. So Arena is a janky game. And I have to play it through like a DOS sort of thing. I modded it and then had to print out, I hope you guys can see this, I had to print out the keyboard shortcuts so that I have a reference while playing this, because the keys are so weird. But these are the keys that came with the mod. They aren't the normal keys, because of course it, when this game came out in 1994, they expected you to use the arrow key, like the actual arrow keys to move, and also the mouse to swing your sword. So I'll be wildly flailing my mouse around, and we'll see how it goes. I don't have high hopes. Will I remember all the keyboard shortcuts? The heavens point to yes. Wow. I don't know if I believe 8-ball for that one. I think you might be the second person to ever use an 8-ball on my channel, Sophie. I know I've seen you use it over on Arnie's stream a few times. Hey, Shadowstorm, how are you? Good to see you. Welcome in. We're just getting going here. You're over in Looting Ludus stream, right? Thanks for that. Thanks for that off-stream follow, by the way. Let me get over to. Let's see if I can get everything to work right. That is the big question. Will things work correctly today? Because I had to set up a new scene for this. Alright. Bear with me. Okay. Hey guys, welcome to the desktop of my computer. Tried using it on Arnie's stream if uses play ball. Yeah. That is ironic and hilarious, and I love it. Okay. So, new scene. Let me know if this chat thing up here gets annoying, because I don't know. Sometimes, it depends on the game. And I'm gonna get Arena going, and I adjusted the volume And I hope it's okay, because the first thing you hear is like some clicking and stuff, and I don't want it to be ridiculous. So I did turn the volume down, and I hope it's fine. So you guys might want to go, you know, a little bit. Shadowstorm says, I might go lurk mode in a bit, but it's nice to officially meet you. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. Nice to officially meet you as well. It's cool hanging out with you. All right. Let's go. We're going to create a character. How about that? For centuries, different factions battled in petty wars and border conflicts until in Second Era 896, Tiber Septim crushed all those who opposed him and took control, proclaiming himself as emperor. Still, the bitter years of war had its effect on the populace. The name of Tamriel, Elvish for dawn's beauty, seldom fell from anguished lips and was soon forgotten something something. You know what I'm gonna do? How about this? I'm gonna click through this, and I'm just gonna get the, the actual words from that, from something else, so we can get the, hang on. Arena, open. I'll just read you guys the thing. Opening. Oh, for goodness sake. Strong start. Okay, so it's, for centuries, different factions battled in petty wars and border conflicts, until in Second Era 896, Tiber Septim crushed all of those who opposed him and took control. Oh, for God's sake, it's scrolling again. Until in Second Era 896, Tiber Septim crushed all those who opposed him and still took control, proclaiming himself as emperor. Still, the bitter years of war had its effect on the populace. The name of Tamriel, Elvish for dawn's beauty, seldom fell from anguished lips and was soon forgotten. In a place where life and death were different sides of the same coin tossed every day, the people of the known world began calling the land of their sorrow the Arena. So they're called, so Arena, for those who don't know, is Tamriel, basically. Because there's so much battle, there's so much conflict going on. Now, 492 years after Tiber Septim took control and kept the peace, the land of Arena has a new threat. The Emperor Uriel Septim VII celebrated his 43rd birthday, but jealous hearts desire the throne and plot his downfall. It is said that hope flies on death's wings. Prepare then, for as the Elder Scrolls foretold, it will be here that your adventure begins. So that's what the thing was. Sorry, that was too fast. Daggone thing just kept moving. If you name your continent Arena because you're all fighting too much, maybe you need to calm it on the fighting. I mean, yeah? I have to agree with you. Alright. New game. You guys ready? Uriel Septim VII. Hang on. We're gonna have to go through this again, aren't we? That's too loud. Okay. Should I read that again for you guys? Want me to go back and read that? I'd be happy to. I do have a... Hang on. Okay. Settle down, music. Let's try that. Okay, so here's what's happening. Sorry. Shadowstorm says, is this the same emperor that dies in Oblivion, or is this his ancestor? It's his ancestor. It's his ancestor. Okay, so this is a typo. So Uriel Septim VII, Emperor of Tamriel, stands with Talon. I'm pretty sure, at least, like the one who started in Arena is not Arena, in Oblivion. Isn't that the 12th or something? I could be wrong. I haven't played Oblivion. Hey, Neff, how are you? Is this the new Elder Scrolls game? Indeed. Super new. Super new if you're in 1994. Okay, so Uriel Septim VII, Emperor of Tamriel, stands with Talon, leader of the Imperial Guards. I'm just playing this from YouTube, since it keeps speeding through before I can read it. They've been summoned by Jagar Tharn of the shady Tharn line, if anyone plays ESO. Imperial Battlemage of the Empire, on rumors of treachery. The Emperor is betrayed. And transported to a dimension of Tharn's choosing. After months of preparation, Jagar Tharn takes the throne. Rhea Silmaine, once Tharn's apprentice, is captured before she can warn the Elder Council of the Imperial Battle Mage's treachery. Manipulating the essence of magic, Tharn prepares to take the true Emperor's place as ruler of the known land. Betrayal. The Imperial Wizard wastes no time in gathering his servants. And turning them into twisted counterparts of the Emperor's Guard. Oops. And that's it. That's it. Okay. Okay. How's the audio level? You guys, please let me know if the music gets ridiculous at some point, because it seems like it's really loud in some scenes and not so loud in other scenes, and I thought I had it right. You guys want to see this? I kind of want to see the generate thing and then maybe go back and pick something different, because I heard generate is really bad. Like, you don't want to do it because it ends up you end up multi-classing in a way that makes the game unnecessarily difficult. But it does ask you a series of questions that can be kind of fun. So I kind of want to just see what it's about, because I haven't done it before. So we'll generate. 10 questions shall be asked that will determine the path of your destiny. The scroll bars roll the parchment up or down using A, B, or C keys to answer the questions. Practicing alone, you develop a new fighting style that you were very excited about. When you mention it to Arms Master Festal, he tells you it would never work in practical combat. Do you A, use the new style in the middle of a class spar? Oh god, it says scroll, but it didn't work. Why is scrolling not working? Uh-oh. Oh, I just have to drag. I'm just gonna have to drag it. That's fine. How goofy. I guess scroll doesn't work. I guess all the answers are A. I know, right? Isn't this goofy? Does this game have a graphical interface? You'll see. You'll see. It's very, I mean, it's mid-90s. It's not great, but it's still workable, right? Hey, Bing Bong, right back at you, Lumberquack. How are you today? Good to see you. And hey, Vanilla Dragon, how are you? Welcome in. Good to see everybody today. We gotta love the Jenkable games. I mean, it's something. Okay, so we developed a new fighting style. We're excited about it. And then when we go talk to Arms Master Festal, tells you it would never work in practical combat. Do you A, use the new style in the middle of a class spar? When it works, oh no. When it works, Festal will be forced to admit it's something. I can't get to B. Oh no. Hey, Jordan, how are you? Welcome in. Vanilla Dragon says, I'm well, thank you. How are you? How is everybody? I'm doing all right. I'm having a good day so far. I've got some coffee. I've got a dog in my lap. I can't seem to scroll. It's fine. It's fine. There's no option B. No, Sophie says, you're a pro at this game? Well, welcome in. Happy to have you here. I'd appreciate it if you didn't give me any spoilers, but I will welcome advice and stuff if I'm having trouble with something. I did get a couple of the mods, including the one that remaps the key bindings, and I printed off the thing to help me. But I'm excited. I'm excited to give this a try. The only Elder Scrolls games I've played are a heck of a lot of Skyrim, a heck of a lot of Elder Scrolls Online, and a little bit of Morrowind, but I thought it'd be fun to go back. Did I get the sound patch? I think I did. I think I did. Stops, like, the popping noises, right? So, let's see. This is the first Elder Scrolls game? Yeah, this is Elder Scrolls 1. Try the actual arrow buttons. And no, that's not working, Bob. Sophie says, or you could select B for every question and try to work out what the answers were from the class you get. I guess that's the thing. Yeah, because I'm supposed to just press A, B, or C, and I'm trying not to actually press A because that's a different key because it's the left arrow, in theory. I don't know. This is Elder Scrolls 6. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I think I got the sound patch. I got a handful of them. Am I an engineer? No. No, I'm not. Okay. Come on. It says just to scroll, but I'm using the scroll key and it is not working. Alright, we might have to go back and just pick a class. Or we could just read the questions and select A, and I mean, I don't know. I'm a little bit disappointed about this because I wanted to experience this. Because it's supposed to be... I understand that the origins of the stealing a sweet roll line are from this quiz. And I kind of wanted to see that, but I don't know. Hey Aldo, how are you? Welcome in. The actual arrow buttons do not work. I am trying. Try other buttons. I'll just mash buttons. Can you try page down? No. Hold Alt and press A? Oh, well I guess I accepted A in doing that. That's what I was sort of trying to avoid, but that's alright. We're gonna get out of this and choose a different approach. I'm just gonna mash buttons. I'm literally just selecting a key for these and we're gonna move on, and you know, I can get a YouTube video of this process and put it in the Discord or something later and we can all have a laugh. Because this is not working. Jump on the keyboard, yeah. Okay. So here we are. Try Alt F4. Oh, okay. That helps. Jump on the keyboard. I know, right? You're hyped for Arena, Dr. Admiral? I'm glad. I'm pretty excited for it, too. I haven't played it before, so. You were reading the wrong question about, oh, B is attack him at full speed. No, oh, you looked it up, Sophie. I missed it. B is attack him at full speed, knowing that you could probably score the hit. Justifies unfair treatment of you by showing the class you were actually doing it right. Oh. Shadowstorm says, I'm gonna lurk. Have a great rest of your day. You have a great day as well. Thanks so much for being here. I appreciate the lurk. It was good seeing you. Did I customize my DOSBox config file? I don't remember. I downloaded this for myself to play off stream like 2 months ago or something. And maybe 3 months ago. And I did all this stuff then, and then shelved it because we decided that we wanted to play it on stream. So I don't remember. Is there something I should be doing, Jordan? Guys, let's look at the classes. So I understand that there are different classes. Some are fighter classes, some are like mage classes, and some are like sort of like thief classes. I should change cycles to 50,000. Where would that be if I just go to my... And what does that fix exactly, if you don't mind me asking? Because I don't necessarily want to close out the game and start again if I don't have to. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna pick a thief-based class. I was just kind of explaining what they are, from my limited understanding. So I think I would like to go with the Magicka class. Maybe just go mage. Or, I mean, fighter class could be fun though, because I do like hitting things with swords. Sneaky archer? Can you be a stealth archer in this game? I don't know. Maybe. I feel like archery in this game would be especially difficult, but I could be wrong. Increases the FPS, but also the speed of the game. I mean, it seems to be working fine for me. You guys having issues with it? FPS is bound to speed. You play on 80,000? Okay. Let me, you know what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jot that down, and then if the game starts having issues, I'll go out and fix and make that change. All right, DOSBox, and I'll change that between streams if nothing else. Config, file, cycles, equals 50,000. Default is 25,000. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate it. Okay. Hey, Impossible Gaming, welcome in. Good to see you again. What if we do warrior? I kind of wish it would tell us what these things are when you click on them, right? Instead of just being like, hey, pick something. But I guess they expected you to have, like, the user manual. I have looked these up at one point. You could, but I looked them up on, I think, the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages. How about... Why is this so difficult to hit? There we go. A ranger sounds cool, right? I'm drawn to ranger just because it sounds very cool. Spell sword could be fun. What do you guys think? Spell sword? Ranger is good. Impossible Gaming says to go bar. Have you played this before, Impossible Gaming? No, you haven't? Okay. What do you guys think about being a ranger? Then we can be Aragorn. Should we be Aragorn? All mage-related classes are OP. Oh, are they really? But melee is more fun. I do kind of want to have fun for the first one. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's be ranger. What should my ranger name be? Should we be Strider? Look at that cursor just blinking away. Just blinking and blinking and blinking. What about Chaco? We can name him Chaco. Does anybody have a request for a name? I might just Google something. Let's see if we can come up with an Elder Scrolls name. I guess it depends on race though, doesn't it? Juniper? You want to be Juniper? That could be nice. Frederick, says Larry. Welcome in, Larry. Shooter McGavin, says Shia Quala. Good to see you. Good to see you, Shia. Shooter McGavin. Good morning, Sassy Penny TV. Guys, this Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I'm going to be playing American Truck Simulator with the one and only Sassy Penny TV, and I hope you guys will join me for that, because it's going to be ridiculous. She's apparently a pro. She's apparently a professional truck driver now, because she was playing. And I don't know what I'm doing, so it's going to be awful. Donald Crump, I don't want to have something that has, like, political, like, anything. Look at those emotes. I love them. Okay. Let's go... I like the idea of Juniper. You guys want to do Juniper? Yeah, if I could spell it. Why can't I... Oh, I can't click the letter E. Nope, that's not how you spell. I had to get used to holding Alt to type because of the changes to the keyboard. Cassius? Vanilla Dragon says, I used to play American Truck Driver so much as a kid. My dad's a transport driver, so we thought we were like him. Oh, I love that. Jordan says, class bonus. The ranger gains a bonus to damage equal to their level. Oh, that's nice. I like that idea. More like professional crash test dummy. I can't wait. Let's go with this. Let's go with this. We are Juniper. Which sounds more feminine, so I'm gonna go feminine. Female there. From where dost thou hail, Juniper the Ranger? Guys, where are we from? Where are we from? Which province? I understand that this determines our race, so we could be Argonian, Dark Elf, Imperial, Khajiit, Wood Elf, High Elf, Breton, Nord. Oh, sorry, Breton, Nord, or Redguard. You said Dark Elf or High Elf? Florida, so Argonian. Are you an Argonian? Vanilla Dragon said it gave me such a fun game. It gave me my love for turn signals. I think that's something I'd struggle with. See, that's something I was thinking about with the game, is that I'm clicking, or if I'm playing as I've seen other people stream Truck Driver Simulator or whatever it is, American Truck Simulator, and they just disregard all the traffic lights. They're just crashing into everything, and it seems like they could do it without any sort of, without consequences. And I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Argonians and Khajiit have useless bonuses? Okay. Larry says Redguard. We are doing Redguard in our Wednesday game. In my permadeath Skyrim, we're playing as a Redguard. I kind of want to do something else. Why would I do Dark? Because a High Elf I would think would have like Magicka bonuses or something, and Dark Elf I think would be like fire resistant, but I could be wrong. I don't know if it's the same. Redguard's the best for bow. Dark Elf is well balanced for bow and melee. Okay. High Elf has immunity to paralysis. There's a ton of spiders that give you paralysis. Okay. Interesting. Does anybody else have any, I don't necessarily know if I need to have, like, the most OP character here. I'm okay to struggle a bit. The ones to avoid, though, are for sure Argonian and Khajiit, though. What about, what if we did... I don't know. I wouldn't mind being a Dunmer. Or... What about Imperial? Breton? Larry says Breton. Vanilla Dragon says, my brother was like that. There were some consequences with smashing into things as it damages your low, but I don't mind spending extra time being careful. Okay. Interesting. It's gonna be epic? Yeah. May as well choose a Skyrim in honor of playing it so long. I mean, Juniper does sound like a Nord name, right? Breton, though. If I play as a Nord female, do I get to be the woman on the poster of the game? The blonde hair and the armored bikini holding the sword, you know? Imperials don't exist? Oh, well that's... What happens if you click on the Imperial province? If you hail from there, who are you? Are you an alien or something? No, that's not possible. Okay. I'm gonna do a poll. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna do a poll, and we're gonna do... I'm gonna omit Argonian and Khajiit, but I'll put it to a poll for what race I should be. This just seems, what race to play as? We'll do Nord, Breton, Dunmer, Altmer. Let me see again. I feel like I'm missing something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know how many choices I get to have. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nord, Breton. Let's do Redguard. Alright, we're gonna sacrifice Wood Elves here, because I can't seem to get an option to have any more than that. So we're picking one of these. Poll is live. Imperials don't exist. That's so weird to me. Breton has resist spells. Nord has resist cold spells only. Okay. Guys, I cleaned up my desktop just so I could stream this. Because I can't get it to capture the window. I had to capture my desktop. Are you guys getting your votes in? While the votes are live, I do want to remind everybody that mug points are being accumulated for the Mug Wars. Mug Wars are still going till the end of the month. After the end of the month, the person with the greatest number of mug points will get to choose the color for the mug emote for January, and then points will reset. And I'm really excited for it. I'm really excited for it. If you do exclamation mug points, we'll see how many you have. Exclamation mark standings plural. We'll tell you who's in the lead. Dr. Admiral says, but if you play Breton, could you at least go for a cheesy French accent? No. I for a second I thought about it, and I was like trying to process what a French accent sounds like, and I just cannot do it. Like I had something short-circuited very briefly there. No. This is true. I tried to learn some French through Duolingo, and there was one line that just had me cracking up, and it was like l'homme mange l'orange or something like that, which is just like the man eats an orange, I believe, but it's just like so like the same sound over and over again, and obviously my accent is atrocious, but it's just ridiculous. I was like, who talks like this? I guess the French, I don't know. Is my hair that yellow naturally reminds me of high elf hair? No, see, actually my hair naturally is a sort of darker shade right here. It is blonde, it's kind of a dirty blonde. I'm actually getting a haircut this Thursday, so it'll be more like this again, which is just highlights. They love cheese. Do they? I've heard that. What is cheese in French? It's like fromage, right? Oui, fromage. Just a little bit of time left for the, get your votes in for the race we're playing. Sorry, my hands are so dry. Winter, guys. It's starting to get cold here, finally, and my hands are just getting to that point where they're always cracking. Okay, so, with 63% of the vote, we're gonna go Breton. I'm cheesy, so it makes sense? Yeah, I know. I'm goofy. Alright, we'll go Breton. Uh-oh, Chaco's trying to eat my hand now. He's like, haha, I like the taste of lotion. Sometimes I think his brain doesn't work right. But he's darn cute. Ho ho ho. Ho 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 ho. I don't know what face that was. I hope it was not terrible when I watch this back later. Alright, High Rock. Thou hast chosen High Rock, land of the Bretons. Wouldst thou accept this as thy home? People seem to love Breton in every game. Yeah. What does Breton give me? Breton has resist spells. Resist spell sounds good if you're on melee. Like, at least you have something that protects you from magicka, right? Louis? Alright. Yes, I accept this as my home. Breton's great. Okay, cool. Then oh my god, thou willst be known as the Ranger Juniper, who wouldst call High Rock, land of the Bretons, her home. Alright, let's do it. Know ye this also. Thy race is descended from the ancient druids of Galan, quick-witted and strong in the mystical arts. Thy folk are crafty and intelligent, a learned people who use their gifts to guide others to enlightenment. Thy body and mind must be strong and intelligent, if thou art to succeed as a ranger. Go ye now in peace. Let thy fate be written in the Elder Scrolls. Wouldn't it have already been written? Oh god, is this me? That's a look. Distribute thy points as needed, keeping in mind the recommendations for thy chosen class, which I think were strength and intelligence, right? I had a horse named Le Grand Fromage. I love that. Okay. So I think we get to distribute some points here, right? Do I get to re-roll it all, or am I just, what am I? Okay, I get, okay. So here are my points. I don't see any way to re-roll, so I guess this is just where we're starting at, and then I just get to distribute. Jordan says willpower determines the luck to resist spells. Willpower, W-I-L, which I think is this. Either this or this is Vil, or Viz, or Will. Willpower is the luck to resist spells, endurance, more health per each level after increments of 5. So I should bring this up to something that is divided by 5 at least, right? What is this outfit? I mean, this is how I dress when I'm not here. I dress like this here, but I'm afraid of being in trouble with Twitch for terms of service issues. Speed is bow and walk speed. Okay. Endurance gives more health per each level after increments of 5. So, okay, so let's get endurance up to something, an increment of 5. If I can click on this. Okay. Did you have to feed your horse cigarettes? I'm confused. So they said strength and intelligence were the big ones for Ranger, so I want to put some points into those. I like the number 42. Speed is bow. This is speed here, SPD, right? Bow and walk speed. I'm gonna leave that alone, because I'm probably not gonna do too much with that. Oh, you do? Actually, you recommend speed and endurance, personally? Okay. Luck and personality don't matter, intelligence don't matter. It just told me to do intelligence. Okay, I'll take the intelligence back a little bit. That's as low as I can go for intelligence. Alright, so we can do in speed and endurance. What does endurance do again? More health per level after increments of 5? Okay. Be as dumb as possible. I can be as dumb as 58. Wait, hang on. This is max kilos is 84. Is that how much I can carry? Okay, yeah, so that's going up as I decrease this. I kind of want to be strong. What gives me a +1 to damage? +1 to charisma, +0 to health. -1 to defend. Oh, I hate that. Maybe some more agility? Okay, so that at least we're even. This is, at least we're not negative for any of these, right? Agility is a chance to hit. It's good too. Okay. If you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough. Yeah. This is like really bad like dating stuff, right? Like intelligence and personality don't matter. Just be dumb. Intelligence and personality mean nothing. Get those out of here. As long as they're speedy, exactly. Chiqual gets it. So this is luck, right? So I'm gonna leave these alone. I don't have an extra 5, so I'm gonna leave endurance alone. I might do an extra speed and get that to a nice round number. Makes me happy. And then, remind me what willpower is again? Willpower determines the luck to resist spells. Let's do that. How does this look? Does anybody object to this? Does anybody look at this and say this is a disaster and you should start over? Because I don't know if I can re-roll. I thought there'd be a choice to re-roll, but I don't see one. This looks fine, Jordan? Okay, cool. TikTok brain? Hit escape? Oh, to re-roll is escape. Oh, okay. Sophie says, remind me what willpower is again? So relatable. Yeah. Yeah. Click on her to change your face, right? How do I change your face? Reroll for low intent. Should I? For real though, should I reroll? Because I will. Also, I thought I could change her outfit or something. Maybe I can't. Only after you hit done you can change your face? Larry says no. Jordan says yes. Oh no, you guys have to fight. So the rules on this channel are if somebody says no, followed immediately by somebody saying yes, or vice versa, you guys immediately enter into a cage match with chairs and a barbed wire wrapped 2x4. What does your heart tell you? It is arena after all. That's right, it is arena after all. Larry says we don't need to spend 2 hours on character creation. That's true. I'm gonna re-roll one time to see if I can get a better things, because I get a number of bonus points, don't I? And then we will not do this a million times. We will do it exactly one time, and it better be better. I lied. We're gonna do it again. And again. Now I'm addicted to this. Sorry, guys. There we go. We're gonna start with this. All right. We wanted low intelligence. We didn't get low intelligence. We got low strength instead. Is this better? Just saw more bonus points. I got excited. Bretons are smart. I heard also, because I did do a little, I say heard instead of, I read also, because I did do a little bit of reading before starting this, that women have a higher intelligence start than men who have a higher strength start, which I think is funny. Too bad the bonus points don't decrease. Refill, you're not dumb enough to? Refill what? Reroll? Alright. Larry wants me to be, like, drooling. Dragging my fists on the ground. What's a good number for intelligence that would make you happy, Larry? Something lower than... Oh, we're just being silly now. -6? -6 would be good. 50? I don't know if I'll get 50. I don't think this is gonna happen. 58 might be the lowest. Thank you very much for that follow. Welcome in. Let's go with... No, well that's a really... Not very many bonus points there. How about this? Lunacy Hallucinator says, yo. Yo, right back at you. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. You love Arena? This is my first time playing it. So we're having some fun trying to figure out... got intelligence 56, but only have 6 bonus points. Dang it. One more roll. All right, this is it right here. This is what we're doing. We're not changing it again. Sorry, Larry. This is what we have. Let me get this to something better. Okay. It's rough on the first playthrough. Rerolling is good. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Most people in chat have not played Arena before. A couple people have. I would just say, if you could pretty please not give me any spoilers. I do welcome help when it comes to, like, you know, not getting myself killed sort of stuff. That's fine. I just don't want to know what's going to happen with the plot. And I like to solve, if there are puzzles, I like to solve them myself. But that's as best as I can. But I don't mind help with, like, you know, hey, dummy, that's you don't want to put 100 points into willpower sort of stuff. Spoiler alert, you're gonna die? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, I will. I don't actually know, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if my on-screen stuff for my, my death things are gonna work. We'll see. Choose a class that can use potions. We chose Ranger. Can I use potions? Let's go with more agility. And more endurance. We want this to be divisible? Dividable by 5. In 20 years, you'll be a Dragonborn to fight Alduin. Oh, no. Flipsy Fiona's here and says, look at them graphics. I know. Fiona, how are you today? Welcome in. Oh, no. I don't know what I'm doing. I feel very torn. Put more in agility, I think. So I can be, like, really good at dodging. I think more into strength so that I can wear good armor, maybe, like heavy armor. Doing good? I'm doing well, thank you. I'm really excited to be playing this. Really excited. I don't have anything that's a negative to anything, so I'm happy about that. Been tempted to try this game out? Yeah, me too. Me too. 45 end. Endurance. Okay. Let's do that. Alright, we happy with this? Rangers can't cast spells, you'll be relying on potions. Okay, yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Historically, I'm not very good with magic in games. I am playing sort of a Magicka playthrough. Well, in Skyrim, I'm doing okay with magic, but I had to be convinced to switch over to magic from my usual carry a battle axe and hit things with it playstyle. So, let's try this. We have Juniper the Breton, and we got some stats. Done. I'm saving them. Thou willst now choose thy appearance. Thy... mean? What the heck does that mean? Is that M-I-E-N? Thy mane canst be altered by clicking thy face. When thou art finished, click done to enter the world of Arena. I'm sorry, Tamriel, home of the arena. All right. Let's click on our face so we can be her. Or her. Or her. These are choices. These are choices, guys. Okay, those are all the choices. Do we see any that just, like, screamed out to you and said, that is Juniper, the Breton Ranger? Intelligence is kind of nil. I didn't put any more points into... I hear Booba Bay. Although I feel like it was very quiet, and I don't know what I changed that made it so quiet. Welcome in, Booba Bay. Isn't this game first person? Who cares about looks? Oh, I think we have our little persons thing down in the corner here, and we get to look at it the whole time. Okay. I don't like that. I don't think that's the look for me. There's something about like the really, really bright hair with the really, really bright headband. But then I guess that might be just the style, right? I'm not a fan of that either. This is okay. What do you think about this one? I can't tell if this is like a pigtail or if this is just her hair. I think it's just her hair. We like this one. Hey, Rocco. I almost said welcome in as though you haven't been here. I'm just like on default saying welcome in to people. Turquoise hair or the brunette? Penny, enjoy your lurk. Turquoise? I don't especially like this. You know what's really annoying? I mean, if you look at the cover of this game, and I posted this on my stories, if you are a mobile user and you look at the stories on Twitch. The woman on the front was a very sexy, attractive woman. None of these are that, right? Booba Bay says, hubba hubba, booba's in trouble. Oh boy. Control yourself. Lunacy Hallucinator says, I'll be lurking here for a while. I gotta go chop some wood before it rains. Yeah, good luck with that. Don't hurt yourself. I always... I mean, obviously don't hit yourself with an axe or anything, but I was thinking more of, like, the back strain of every time I've gone to chop wood. Cover baited, right? So we like this? I'm doing one last poll. One last poll, guys. The choices are going to be that or the brunette, and I'll show you both. New poll. Hair. Turquoise. Brown. Did I spell this right? I don't know. I'll give you guys 1 minute to get your votes in for that, because it's going to be a short poll. I want to get going. Turquoise hair. Yeah, so the choices are this hair or this hair. And I can't go backwards, I don't think. So again, I'll show you one more time. This hair is turquoise. This hair is the brown. One hour character designing. It hasn't been a full hour. And I've been talking. I've been talking about how I have new emotes that'll go live later today. And about how I had coffee. I haven't been talking about how I started playing God of War over the weekend and I'm enjoying it. Juniper berries are dark blue. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's green. I said turquoise. I mean, I don't know. You love the graphics? It's a walk down memory lane. I'm trying to think what games I was playing when this came out. I think my mom had, like, Jeopardy. Everybody says turquoise. My game window, yeah, I'll make it larger. I was just waiting for the poll to run out because I knew when I clicked out of it anyway to address the poll that it would be, I'd have to do this again. There we go. Alright, we're going turquoise. This is us. This is us. This is Juniper. We're looking good. We're feeling ready to get Jagar Tharn off the throne. The usurper, the betrayer, the candlestick maker. Cute. I mean, I know. Sierra games. Oh yeah, I haven't played any of those in a long time. Jägermeister Tharn. Let's get him. Let's get him gone. Get him gone. Hey, Candace, welcome in. Shiny new overlays. just for this. Guys, I made this. Sort of, which is to say I took some stuff that I already had and I changed. I made a 4:3 aspect ratio thing. All right, let's do this. Das lit. I mean, that's me.
Jagar Tharn, Imperial Mage of Tamriel, has taken on the guise of the true Emperor. He does not see you as a threat, being only a minor part of the Imperial court. In that act of arrogance, he had made his first mistake. Look to the north wall of the cell. You will find a ruby key which will unlock the door. Take it and make your escape. The passages here were once used by Tharn to hide treasures he had stolen from the Emperor's coffer. If you wish, you can gather enough to support yourself away from the Imperial seat. Be careful. There are many creatures which inhabit the sewers now, vile rats and goblins. It is too late for me, for I am already dead. Only my powers as a sorceress keep me between this life and the next. That power, however, is waning. Do not succumb to greed, or you may find these tunnels to be your final resting place as well. I can still work my magic to a certain extent. If you travel west from this cell, then south, you will find a shift gate. It will transport you far enough from the center of the Empire that you should be safe. If you survive these sewers, you will see me again. Remember, Tharn has taken on the guise of the Emperor. No one will gainsay his word for yours. I will come to you again in your dreams, so it is imperative that you rest from time to time. In that way, I will be able to communicate with you and lend my aid. You are entering a dangerous arena, my friend, one in which the players are beings beyond your mortal comprehension. I do not envy your role. There is, however, a power within you as yet untapped. Look for me when you have gained experience in the world. You are my last and best hope.
Incredible. Okay. I'm gonna save this. Okay. Did you guys catch all that? Very exciting, very important stuff. You were on low volume? Okay, is it too loud now? Because I turned the volume up when you said can't hear her. Mariah Carey, I know, it does have Mariah Carey vibes. Sorry, I minimized the screen so I can adjust the volume and stuff. She was killed by Tharn, it's an old friend, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's been years since you played Arena. I can't even... I haven't played it. I haven't played it. What's happening? The little blowing clothing pieces are like little octopus noodles. I know, right? It's so goofy looking. They are so goofy looking. You were probably 6. I mean, I was literally 6 when this came out. You see mods? I do have some mods. Okay, so let's put the music down. Perhaps. No, is it 100 or the music choices are 100 or 0? I could up the volume a bit. Okay, the problem is, so I turned it down because it was wildly loud in one area, so if it becomes wildly loud again, you gotta let me know. Who was she? You couldn't hear her. So she is, her name is Rhea, I think, and she is a mage who was trying to alert the Council of Elders, I believe, that the Emperor has been, kind of, I think he's been sent to another plane, maybe an Oblivion plane, I don't know. And I almost said Abner Tharn. Jagar Tharn is pretending to be him and is taking his place on the throne, but she was killed and now she's speaking to us in our dreams. Right? To change volume in game, you have to flick your mouse to leave the zone. Oh no. It's like a swipe. That's never gonna happen. You were born 3 years after this was made. Yeah, it did look Mariah Carey-esque, though. I don't think it was her. All right. Continue. We are in the Imperial Dungeons. We got to get to the shift gate. There we go. Alright, should be on the screen again. Sorry, but yeah, I have to hit Alt-Enter. Because every time I click out of it, it kind of, like, resizes. It's janky and old, so there's going to be a lot of that. But I am aware, at least. But definitely keep letting me know if there's something I'm missing that I need to be doing. So we got to get to the shift gate. So, here we are. Here we are. Incredible, right? We're looking for... Oh, you awaken to the drip of water from somewhere above. The cell walls are covered in slime, as are the chains which hang from above. Your eye, however, immediately goes to a strange ruby glint from the corner of your cell. I am using an interface mod, yeah. Normal interface looks like a brick wall. Yeah, I did make a couple changes. This looks like Wolfenstein. Where are the Nazis? There could be Nazis in this. I doubt it, but it's possible. Okay, so this shiny gold thing is the ruby glint that I saw for some reason. And I believe I had to use this to take, right? I have to use that icon and then click on it. I have found a ruby key that looked gold. The Empire's pretty Nazi-esque. I don't know if that's true. Press F4 once to disable the dithering fade in the effect of menus to speed up looting. Okay. So here's our wall. I'm gonna do a save here. I just saved, but I'm gonna save again because I'm a coward and I'm afraid of the outside world. All right. You open the door with the ruby key. They literally outlawed the worship of the 9 divines in Talos. Yeah. But that was like 400 years from now or something, right? So currently, I don't know if that's the case. To attack, you hold right-click and swipe. You like to do small circles. It's more comfy. Okay, thank you for that. I actually remember struggling with that when I was clicking through here, because I have escaped this dungeon once before. I got to a town, and then I stopped playing. That's as long as I've played this game. So in theory, I actually do know where I'm meant to go, but I don't know beyond that. Also, hey guys, look, we found some loot. The corridors here seems twisted and confusing, but Ria's instructions were to go west, then south to find a shift gate. Bag of 15 gold pieces and an iron longsword. I mean, that seems good because we could probably equip that. Is this equipment? Uh-oh, that's not right. How do I get into my bag? Which of these is bag? Nope, that's like a status. Me? You love loot? Heck yeah. Heck yeah. The turquoise hair is so cute. Okay, this is not what I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. Equipment. Next page. Thank you. Next page for inventory. I got there. Okay, so do I want the broadsword or the iron greatsword? Where do they show the stats, or do they? I'm also, I don't really know what the +9s mean all around. Exactly, turquoise. Liz says it's green. Booba, you're such a troll. Right click for item details. Okay. Oh. I mean, you'd think they would just put that there by default, but I mean, because there's nothing in this area. Why do I have to right click? Alright, so iron longsword. 2 to 14 damage. It weighs 8 kilograms. It's new. 1 to 12 damage. Okay, so the iron longsword does more damage, but it weighs more. And if I just have it like that, it's equipped, right? If it's outlined. Should I drop this? Good defense means lower AR number next to each body part. Lower armor number. It's like an addition to their chance to hit you. Yeah, that makes sense. It's sort of like Baldur's Gate 1. Keep stuff, sell it later, sell it later. Okay. If my inventory gets wildly full, I might have to make decisions about that. I'm also holding it in the picture, so yeah, it's equipped. Guys, don't I look good? Don't I look good? Heck yeah. I especially like the shoes. I think the shoes are very practical for escaping a dungeon. I don't think I'd be slip-sliding around on slime at all wearing this pair of little crepe-soled loafers. I look something? Something is... I always hope to look something. Slay? Thanks. I'm not good at selling. Hey, don't shoot. You're not wrong. Alright. How do I draw my weapon? That's not what I want to do. F. F for weapon. And it's right click and do things like this. Okay, well that's silly. Ready to go. Should we try to escape, or should we try to find some loot before we get out of here? Let's go this way. There are like goblins and rats in here, I think. Something somewhere. Hello. Aha! Kersplat. Kersplat, guys. Can I loot? I'm gonna pilfer this guy. I found 27 gold and a staff that I picked up for no reason, because I don't think I can use a staff, right? Being a ranger, doing rangery things. Looting is good, though it's not the optimal strategy if you're a pro. I do, yeah. Am I a pro, guys? If I do space, do I jump? I do, right? Yeah. Wow. Guys, I'm so good at this. Look at that. These goblins can't touch me. And a dagger. I feel like I can hear something, but I don't know where it's coming from. Looting is good if you say explore every corner, but it took 30 minutes or so to do so. I don't know if I want to spend 30 minutes in here. I do just kind of want to have a little look. Red eyes seem to glitter at you from the darkness. Oh boy. Are we gonna have... We're gonna have some rats jumping out at us? Are we swimming? Because I am so bad at this. Let's swim this way. Okay, this is... Okay, let's go this way. Am I now thoroughly lost? Perhaps. It's fine though, right? Larry says, you're the only person I know who plays this game, so as far as I'm concerned, you're a pro. Thanks, Larry. I am, Karma? You think so? Candace says I'm a pro, looting lootist. Jordan says, if you sleep on slabs, you won't get woken by mobs. Slabs are like 1 foot higher above the ground level. Okay, I'll look for them. I think I know what you're talking about, like little alcove sort of things. Booba says, I used to hit 4 times to drop those goblins. Well, you clearly needed Jordan. Jordan telling you to spin your cursor in a circle. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to take some advice and implement the advice early on to make this a relatively pain-free experience. This should be where we came in from, right? I think. Oh, so here's where we can... Here's our slab to sleep. Seems safe to rest in these niches, it says. You think the rats or other creatures may not smell you with a draft that runs so close to the floor. Ah. Let's go this way. Come at me, bro. Bridges are considered slabs also. There's none on this map. Later there will be. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. Uh-oh, what is that noise? I don't like that at all. I'm gonna jump up here. Get into this corner for safety. Surely they don't see me. Can I hide? Can I crouch? Could you get a taxi or a rock joint? I don't know. Rest in these niche. Is it niches or niche? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. Can't hide or crouch? Well, that's silly. There goes my entire play style. Imagine getting ataxia. Just hear like the drums of war. Can you guys hear like the little flute? What's up here? You can't hear the flute? Alright, cool. I just don't want you guys to be missing out on this fantastic soundtrack. This isn't right. Booba, you're so funny. Nothing in there. I just want some loot. We've been this way before? I don't even know. Have I gotten entirely turned around? Yes. Is it okay? Yeah, probably. Am I gonna die? Possible. Pull up the map. Apparently M is not map. This is the map. I just had to click on it. Oh, okay. I'm basically back to where I started. I'm just walking in a circle. I think we're trying to get, like, here. Like, down here. There are Draugr here, guys. There are Draugr here. Your game speed right now is like 60k because the detail slider is very low. It's the view distance. Did I make that sound? Yeah. That's me. I know it's ridiculous, but yeah, that is absolutely me. I recorded it. It's 25k, but it feels like 60k. Is it so should I change it? But is this literally the first time you've heard me do my terrible Draugr impression? Because I do it a lot. I can't help myself. Keep it the way it is? Okay, thank you. Alright, so we're gonna go... I think we gotta go this way, right? So I'm gonna go left and then down, and then I think we have to jump across this. I can't believe that's the first time you've heard that. Aha! That's also me. All of my sound effects are me. And they're all terrible, but they're all me. I am part Draugr, yeah. Can I set markers? I don't know. Next time you play, can you set it to 60k in the config file and set the detail to max? Oh, I can do that? Okay, so I could change this, like this. Is this what you mean? I got lots of sharp things and no morals. Draugr-born sheep. That's just a quote I said once that amused me. I don't know if this is better. It looks exactly the same to me. Uh-oh. The skittering of many... Basically, there are rats under the stone somewhere. Oh, hello. Loot. Loot. Give me that. Bag of gold. Long swords. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's a rat. It's a rat! It's multiple. Oh god, the thing just opened. Do you guys see that wall open? Also, why can I not move? Is green my health? Am I dying? I might not survive this. You'll only notice a difference in well-lit environment like in the city. Okay. You set detail to max, it's gonna run slower, you may or may not like it. Okay. Well guys, as usual, what I hope to do is have a nice smooth experience for you guys, so if at any point the game is freaking out in any way, please let me know so that I can make adjustments. Permadeath, Larry? Get out of here. If I do permadeath this game, we are never gonna finish it. Gotta rest on a slab to recover health. Okay, I could do that perhaps. Karma says, I'm not sure I ever played this. The style is giving me nostalgia. What games did you play around that time? Be interested in other sort of RPGs from that era. Larry is banning weapons. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. 90s game outfits. I know, right? I feel like I just heard something, but I don't know what it was and it alarms me. Oh, it's huckleberries. What was that noise? It alarms me. Oh, it's huckleberries. Alright, hang on. So Jordan says endurance or agility would be good. Remind me what endurance does, please. I know agility helps us to dodge physical attacks, right? Or magic attacks too, just helps us to dodge attacks. And endurance does... Endurance is what lets us do more damage with hits as we level, right? 90s game outfits. I know, this is... It's a look. Each increment of 5, there's a plus n amount of health you get per each following levels. Let's do endurance then, because then I feel like if we put points into endurance early, we will reap the rewards later. Let's just do that. It was on sale. Mixing half the buttons indeed. Huzzy Bee in the house. That's right, it's an investment? Cool. The pants are cool. You like the pants? It's winter here. Or it's close to winter. I guess it's late fall. I feel like this would just be very uncomfortable. You have like a little breeze all the time. It's a TJ Maxx outfit. It does feel TJ Maxx. You're not wrong. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna look for a niche. Okay, so here's the thing. There was like a wall here. Oh! How does that work? There's a secret passage there, guys. You tended more towards FPS back then, also stuff like SimAnt and SimLife. Okay. I should save very often. Oh, that's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you. I will save. Save game. Is there a quick save? F5 doesn't quick save, does it? I think this is the first time. I'm sorry. I think this is the time frame where I played stuff like Commander Keen, Magic Carpet, Hexen, Doom, Wolfenstein, just that style of games. Chiquata, I had a friend whose dad played Doom, and he also had this game. It was like a mystery game, kind of. It was like a bunch of different rooms and like a house with some creepy stuff going on. I don't remember what the deal was with that. I don't know if that was mid 90s, late 90s. Unequip the sword and fight with fist. Yeah, I have to. I have to. Because I've been told to. By an action ban. I don't know how to do that easily, so I'm working on it. There. Manic Mansion or Dr. Chaos? Alright, we're ready. We are ready. I don't think those was it. I think it had maybe a number in the name, but I can't remember what that number was. Also, did we go through that passageway? No. We're gonna go this way. I wouldn't mind finding somewhere to take a nap. To rest. Oh, I can cross here, perhaps. Oh, nope, I can't. Now what? Where am I? We'll go this way? We're going west for reasons. A nice little swim. Is green is health, right? You would think red is health. I think green is health, right? Ooh, I see loot. Let me up there. Give me that loot. Anybody just joining? I've got an action ban right now for... There's a belt and a battle axe? I want all of those things. A ban... Oh, no, we're in combat. I'm gonna punch that. Okay, well, I guess I died.
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he will.
Dang it!
It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from within. Goodbye. I wish you peace in the afterworld.
Alright. Let's load our game. And let me get caught up on chat. Oh, if anybody wants to read the beginning again, I think it's gonna start over again, basically. I'll let this cycle as I read chat and get caught up. Karma had a Mac, limited your options. I guess that makes sense. Jordan says, I suggest using 4 save slots in case you want to check some stuff or you get stuck. Like safe 2, city, and new dungeon. Okay, we can give that a shot after let's get out of this dungeon and then we can maybe implement a system like that. Red is stamina as an exhaustion. Okay, I'm gonna have trouble remembering that. 0 stamina plus swimming is dead. Can't swim close to any enemies either. Okay. Thanks for nothing, dead lady. Or she's telling us that, rather. I guess you're not wrong. Alright, let's load our game. Hey, that's me. Okay. I still have the action ban going. That looks like that first position would be uncomfortable. First position? Oh, the fist position. Alright. This game is great. It's easier to kill you. Yeah, I don't think I'm good at this, guys. We're gonna run from the skittering feet. No, we're not. We're gonna punch this thing. Punch it. Oh, I died. How many times in a row? How many times am I gonna die to this action band? This single action band? I need a weapon. Are these her flailing arms? No, I think it's like some cloth that she, you know, 90s fashion. I think it's just some cloth that she has floating about in the breeze. Each time you die, you have to click like 10 times. Really? For what? I don't know why. All right, let's try this again. Ready. We're gonna go this way and maybe into the water if I can find the water. Wasn't there water in here? Or am I blind? Maybe there isn't water in here. Here's some water. Splash. Oh, it's if you want to skip the death dialogues, you can use the like clicking. Got it. Got it. She has puppet arms, that's your reality? Well, we can say that. Let's say she's a puppet. A puppet of whom, though? Is she a puppet of I keep saying Agnar Tharn. Maybe who plays Elder Scrolls Online will know that name. Uh-oh, there's a rat. Get away from the rat! Is my stamina decreasing the longer that I swim? It doesn't seem to. It seems to be holding steady. No, I'm surrounded by rats, you guys. It's a problem. Uh-oh. Look at my health. It's decreasing at a slow rate? Okay. Get me out of here. I'm supposed to be able to climb. Well, whatever.
With you died our last hope.
Alright. Ah! The hand picking up a coin looks like a reindeer with a gold nose. I'll have to look at it. I'll have to look at it, Huckleberries. How much longer until this action ban is up? Larry is killing me today. 3 times. Larry, what a deal. What a deal. 1 action ban has gotten you 3 deaths. Hey, Spridget, how are you? Good to see you, friend. Spridget says, hi, Liz, just came in and thought you were playing Doom at first. Computer games sure have changed. Yeah, this is Arena. This is Elder Scrolls Arena, so the first of the Elder Scrolls games. Did you play this? I don't know if you did. I'm having fun. We're in the very first dungeon. I got an action ban right now that doesn't let me use weapons. But it's only 10 minutes. But we've died 3 times during that action ban. Jordan says climbing only works if you're like 85 to 95 degrees facing the wall. You look at the compass, letter should be in the middle. Okay, thank you. Gotta focus. Okay. Well, that doesn't sound like something I can do. Maybe we don't try swimming. Maybe we try to find a different path. A path without water. Oh, hang on. I gotta punch this rat. Oh, I just punched those rats to death. Heck yeah. Just feel lucky I didn't say... Just feel lucky I didn't say you had to look at the ground. Okay, so the thing is if you're gonna... Action bans, you know, if they don't actually work in the game, then we're stuck. It does look like a reindeer. You're right, Huckleberries. Time's up! Time's up, guys. Give me my sword back. Give me that sword. We gotta choose which sword next. We got choices. And also, I think we picked up some armor, too, didn't we? We picked up something. Spurgeon says, never played it. I'll look for it for cheap sometimes. Unfortunately, COVID has caught up to me finally. Paxlovid has seemed to help. I'm glad that it's helping. I hope you feel better soon. I just got this on Steam for super cheap, so it is available on Steam if you decide you do want to play it at some point, but obviously not this exact moment while you're trying to rest and recover. I hope everybody in your family is doing well. Okay, so we were using, so this is 1 to 12 and weighs 6. 2 to 14 and weighs 8. 2 to 16 and weighs 8. So this is better, right? This is better than that. Oh wait, this could be even better than that even. 2 to 16? Isn't that the same as this one? What's the difference between longsword and steel longsword? They have the exact same stats unless I'm blind. 2 to 16 weighs 8. I like the steel one better because it has the word steel in it. Neff says this is the first time I can see the original Elder Scrolls really looks like Doom. Yeah, it's goofy. There's no cooldown on the redeems. You have to be kidding, Booba. I see the kappa. I see the kappa, but I'm hoping you're kidding anyway. It's free. Oh, is Arena free? I don't know if I got it for free. I've had it for a minute, so. Steel has higher value. Okay, well, we're gonna use steel. Uh-oh, or we're gonna accidentally use a staff because I'm not paying attention. What else do I have? Didn't I pick up a belt? Or was that before I died? There really is no cooldown? You can ban again for 500? Oh no. Oh no. Well, let's just say this. Guys, don't abuse the action bans today because I do actually want to play this game. Let's all be considerate of the game a little bit so we can make some progress. Imagine another ban right after the weapon was chosen. Yeah. Yeah. Hey Arnie, how are you? How was The Witcher 3 today? I caught a little bit of it. You were fist fighting somebody. And then you went on a race and people were insulting The Witcher who was winning, which is goofy because The Witcher was winning, but you know. It was fun? Cool. It shows as 1,000 on yours with the cooldown huckleberries? Okay. Okay, alright guys, let's get back to the game. Let's get back to the game. I've got a weapon now, I've got no health. I'm hoping I can find somewhere to take a rest. The rat has nothing usable? Don't they have pockets? Maybe you should refresh? Well, if you want to. Guys, I'm gonna have some new emotes later today, FYI, in case that's something that appeals to you. And they are awesome. Ooh, I can sleep here. Here's where I sleep. You guys ready for a nap in the— Ah! Why is this thing here? There's not supposed to be a rat in my little cubby hole? What the heck? Alright, how do I sleep? Oh, probably this, right? Let's cap until fully healed. There are enemies nearby? What the heck? The heck? It was you all along? Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. Because obviously, if something is broken, I need to be able to fix it. Arnie, enjoy your lurk. Good luck with your uni presentation. Alright, what is attacking me now? It just wanted to cuddle? Try sleeping not in the absolute corner. Okay. Because there's something in the next room. I don't see anything over here. My health is so low, I'm afraid to exit the alcove. Holy smokes. Get me over here. Alright, killed a goblin. How are there still more? I just need some health. What else is there? Must be one more in this direction, right? It's so dark. They should get some lighting in their dungeons. They should consider lighting these. I can save? I don't know if I want to save, but I will. I will. I'm concerned about being in like a death cycle. Hey Fox, how are you? Fox says, have you broken out the graph paper to keep track of dungeons yet, or is there a map? There's a map. It's not super good, but there is one. The arena installer's only 30 megabytes big. Yeah. It's a small little game. This isn't right. Why can I not sleep over there? Did I loot this guy? Nothing. It's got nothing usable. I see a goblin. I don't see a goblin. It says red eyes seem to glitter at you from the darkness. Where is the daggone rat that is preventing me from sleeping? Here's the map, by the way. We're trying to get here-ish. Like over here. And I think, so we came this way and went over this way, and I think we just need to go here and down, and then it's like over here. So if I go maybe I just keep trying to get out of here. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Huckleberries, enjoy your lurk. Good luck on your side quest. Hope it goes well. Most Elder Scrolls maps are barely efficient at best, so it's par for course. I don't know. Maybe I'm spoiled because I've been using so many mods in Skyrim, but I've gotten okay with the map for that at least. And you know what? The map in Elder Scrolls Online is quite good. All right, I hear squeaking, but from where? Do I have to go in the water maybe, and then go to the west? I don't know. Not being able to find the enemy preventing you from sleeping is so Elder Scrolls. Yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. Let's go in the water. And we're just going to drown. Probably, right? Can I swim? Sure can. Oh, this is where I was before, isn't it? Alright, this is where the rats were. Let's kill them if I can. Oh, nope, but they killed me instead.
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he will. It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from within. Goodbye. I wish you peace in the afterworld.
See you, Rhea. Jordan says, if I'm really in trouble, I save and sleep in the middle of a room and reload if I lose HP from the fight until I have half HP or something. So you kind of like save scum it a bit. Sit in the middle of the room, reload if I lose health points from the fight. There's nothing wrong with that. Whatever works. We failed you, Mariah. Hot garbo indeed, Fox. While climbing, you can attack. Oh wait, I can swing the sword while I'm literally climbing. If I hit space and right click and guys, to fight you have to move your mouse around. Just so you know, it's not as easy as just pressing things. Not worthy. Is this game permadeath? No, they're just teasing me. I'm not playing permadeath arena. I will never finish the game. But I do kind of want to. I want to sleep. I want to, you know, experience the game before trying to do. If I were to do a challenge run in the future for this, which I might do, I probably would wait till I finish it first. I want to have an experience. I want to be able to experience the game. You saw start new game and you panicked? Oh yeah. Now thankfully there is a save option. I'm gonna try practice clicking and swinging simultaneously. That sort of worked. How about this? Can I sleep up here? Dag nabbit enemies. Maybe I'll go back to my cell and nap. Where are the we found the enemies. This is me, by the way. Looking good. Juniper, the Breton Ranger. If you install the game chat, you should get the remapper and sound patch from Nexus Mods. I have some remapping, something rather. I have the keys. I printed them off because I have a functioning keyboard, not a keyboard, printer for the first time in like years, and I'm excited about it. Yeah. Get sliced. My character looks awesome. I mean, you're just biased because you have turquoise hair. Guys, we should have named this Fox. It looks just like her. On a pair of glasses. Good to go. Hey, Uber Pink, how are you today? Welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see ya. You know, if I had a third monitor, I probably wouldn't have printed off the keys, but yeah. It's a spitting image of you. Absolutely. You gotta get like a red bandana to wear in the future. Fake. No millennial owns a printer. You just print at an office like everybody else. I don't go into an office anymore. So I am limited there. And I'm barely a millennial. I am an elder millennial, if you will. If that's a thing. I think that's a thing. I can sleep! I can sleep! No, that's not what I wanted to do. No. Can I choose 0? Okay, let's try again. I've never been so excited to sleep. I slept for... It took me 37 hours.
It is time we began this journey. This is the Staff of Chaos, the one item that can open the door between this world and the dimension to which the Emperor has been banished. Tharn used this item to destroy my corporeal form when I tried to warn the Council. He knew that the Staff of Chaos was nigh indestructible, having been made from the essence of the land itself. But in that he found the key. As the land is split, so did he shatter the staff into 8 perfectly formed pieces. These he scattered across the realm. I have been able to divine the location of the first piece, a place called Fang Lair.
Fang Lair.
It is said that Fang Lair was originally built by the dwarves of Kragan. Legend has it that a great worm drove the dwarves from their home in the Dragon's Teeth and took the lair for itself. I only wish I knew the exact location. Perhaps there are sages or scholars who would know of this place. Somewhere in its dank depths lies the first piece of the Staff of Chaos. I wish you well.
Juniper.
I do not think Tharn knows of your escape, but I can do little else in this form. I have tried to obscure your identity with a spell, but I do not know how well it will hide you. Take care, for Tharn may be searching. Go forth with the blessings of the true Emperor, and myself.
Booba. That's hilarious. 37 hours of sleep, you guys. 37 freaking hours of sleep. I wake up, I'm dehydrated, I'm starving, all I want is a bagel. Save right after? Alright. I could do that. Hey, thank you very much for that follow, by the way. She likes to hear herself talk? I mean, clearly. Oh my god. Saving. $37 hours of sleep. A Tacoma? What is 999? What do you mean for that? Dr. Admiral says, man, imagine playing that on your stupid 386 PC for hours just to get those cutscenes. And you were hyped about, I mean, I'm hyped now. I'm hyped now in 2023. I had to think about what year we're in, guys. 2023. You could use a 37-hour nap? Yeah. Oh, 999 hours of sleep? That's quite a lot of sleep. All right, let me look at the map again. I would think needing to pee would be the most pressing need. I don't know. So I can't sleep through the night without having to get up and pee. So I don't know how you sleep 37 hours without peeing. Maybe she just peed herself. Maybe that's canon now. Juniper the Breton just pees in her sleep. Or maybe she has a catheter. Okay, so I think we go straight to here. Straight until we hit a wall and then go left. Let's do that. Oh, I'm so good at jumping. She has Depends. Do you guys remember that story from, I don't know how long ago it was, about the lady who was the astronaut who wore Depends and like drove across the country to confront her lover's, I don't know, other love? Whatever that was. You remember that? That was something. Alright, so I'm gonna go west now. 40 minutes in the dungeon so far. Jordan says, I rarely get dreams where I pee in them, but I never do it for real. You never pee for real? That sounds like a problem. I feel like I misunderstood you. Only one sound can play at once. Music doesn't count. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Going west. Ah! Holy smokes, look at that! Oh, you mean I may pee in the dream but never wake up? Oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha. Uh-oh. Which is fun. It is fun to not wake up having to, you know, having wet yourself. I have to agree with you. That is a heck of a lot of fun. Ah! The door just opened. How do rats open doors? We're going south. We're gonna get out of this dungeon. Ahead you can see ahead you can see the shimmering field of the shift gate. Guys, we did it! We did it! That was brand level of misunderstanding. Yeah. Maybe I need some more coffee. I think I might take a break and get some coffee, actually. Just a quick run over to my coffee pot. Why are rats restrained by doors? I feel like the handles would be too high, but I don't know. Nighttime stranger danger? Oh, no. Oh, no. Thank you guys for the hype. Let me read this to you guys. No other holiday divides the people of Jehanna like the third of Hearthfire. A few of the oldest, more superstitious men and women do not speak all day long, for fear of the evil spirits of the dead will enter their bodies. Holy smokes! Most citizens enjoy the holiday, calling it Tales and Tallows, but even the most light-hearted avoid the dark streets of Jehanna, where everyone knows the dead do walk tonight. Only the Mages Guild completely thrives on this day. In celebration of the oldest magical science, necromancy, all magical items are half price today. I have to find a tavern? Okay. Unless you do the pro strat? What's the pro strat? I don't know what that might be. I'm gonna save here. You do a save. And guys, I'm gonna take a really quick little break and run to the restroom and get some more coffee. And I'll be right back and we will explore Jehanna and the superstitious and all the nonsense of whatever's going on there. So I will see you guys very shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you. And actually, go take a break yourselves. Stretch, get some water, etc., etc. I'll see you in a minute. Hello, I'm back. I am back, and I just want to make a couple quick changes to... There we go. My sounds. These things are freaking out on me. Alright. Does warp speed work on this screen? I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. Did it trigger, Bob? I hope it triggered. If it didn't trigger, let me know and I'll get you your coins back. You heard it? You didn't see it? Let me get you your coins back. It is not letting me refund them. I don't know why. Maybe because I have it set to automatically. Alright, you know what? I can just trigger it. I'll just trigger it for you. You can see it and you can be amused. That should have worked. Alright. Let's go. So we are in this town. I think we need to find a tavern. Wasn't that the suggestion? At night you have to find a tavern unless you do the pro strat, which is traveling to another city or sleeping in front of the city gates while outside of the city and then going back out and repeating until daytime. That sounds very tedious. I think I'm gonna try- oh my god, look at this map. I think I'm gonna try to find a tavern. Are things labeled? I hover? No, they are not. I literally have to... I'm literally gonna have to adventure and find out what each of these buildings are, I think. In the town of... Jehanna. Jehanna. So let's just start looking at doors and start labeling, I guess. If you right-click on a door, it will mark the name on the map forever. If I right-click on it. You mean like an actual door? Alright. So if I mark on this, if I right-click on this, does it mark it on here as like a city gate? Or is it only doors in first person? Let's try it. Here's... oh. Wait, is that a creature? What the heck is this? I guess it's a statue? It's creepy. I don't like it. Am I in combat? Why are you fighting me?
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he wills. It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel.
This is a city.
Within.
Why are there things trying to kill me?
I wish you peace in the afterworld.
Booba says holster your weapon. Oh, Jordan says nighttime better have the weapon out. It seems like it. It seems like there are things roaming about at night. Taverns and stuff will mark. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, it's a good thing I just saved, right? Alright. Here we are. Let's find somewhere... let's find somewhere safe. What's this? I don't know what this is. How do we find a tavern? I'm right-clicking on that. I don't know if that's the right thing to do. Okay. Monsters spawn extremely often during nighttime. Alright. Taverns have a moon crescent symbol on their wall outside. Oh, okay. But you can't see it from the map, right? You just basically have to wander around until you find something. Is it not safe inside the town? Apparently not. Looking for a moon crescent on a building. Guys, keep your eyes peeled. Ah! Here's a moon crescent. Is this it here? Where's the door? Let me in! There are monsters! There be monsters. What is this? Is that just a drop-off? How do I get in there? I'm gonna die if I go that way. It's on the other side. Jump. Behind there's a door. It's on the other side. Okay. Going south, and then east, and then north. We're looking for the door. Here it is. Here it is. Restless something. Restless Jinn? You enter the Restless Jinn, rubbing the chill night air from your bones. The tavern is full of people bustling here and there. Is the music ridiculous, or is it just me? Do I turn the music down? Yeah, the music seems high. Can I just, They should have kept random monsters at night in Skyrim. Think so? It's just down. Just so there's no. I really wish I could. There's like a middle ground. It's on the arrow down of music. Move your mouse away really fast. Oh, okay. That actually worked. I see what you mean. Let me do that again. It's like we have to like swipe it. Nope. Nope. No. How's that? This seems okay. I mean, yeah, this seems fine to me. Is this better? Turn it up. Such a troll. This is good? Okay. Good? Okay. Cool. I'm gonna save in case. Oh, I can't save in a tavern. Alright, that's fine. I'll put my weapon away, which is F. For reasons. You liked 28. Did you? Should I put it back? I could try again. $28.5. Jordan. Alright, there we go. Let's do this. Alright. So we are here inside of the tavern, the something Jinn, which makes me think of The Witcher. Guys, speaking of The Witcher, before I forget, I meant to do this before I came back into my game scene, but I want to give a couple shout-outs out. Because I don't want to forget, and I'm really bad at this. Guys, if you like The Witcher 3, and you guys really should because The Witcher 3 is an incredible game, you should absolutely give Arnie a follow. She's doing her first playthrough right now, and it's a lot of fun over there. She is, I think, in Scotland or Northern England, somewhere in that area, so the time zones might not work for you, but it usually doesn't work for me. But when I can catch it, I enjoy it very much, and I recommend you follow her. And I also wanted to give a shout out to Looting Ludist, who's a newer streamer, who is playing Skyrim and enjoying it very much. And it's a lot of fun over there, and I encourage you to check out her stream. Northern England, you mean Skellige? Indeed. Guys, Skellige is one of my favorite areas of The Witcher 3, and I don't know what it is about it, but it just appeals to me. Do you guys have favorite areas of Witcher 3? And I'm gonna do another shout out real fast for the Karma Jockey. Karma, I think did you get your game going? You got your Skyrim game working again, right? Karma Jockey does a heck of a lot of goofy, fun stuff over in Skyrim, and it's great. Yes, you did. Awesome. You enjoyed there as well? Skellige is cool. Go give each other some follows, everybody. Pretty please. Greybeard is back. I'm glad. I'm so glad to hear that. Alright. Got stuff going. Continue. Let's look around. What's this? Can I just take from the pot? Pilfer from this pot? Can I cook here? Is cooking even a thing in this game? I don't actually know. Look at this lady. Well, hello. Hello, lady. Are you the lady from the cover? No, she's wearing more clothing than the lady from the cover. What is this outfit? I've got the cut down the leg. She's got the cut down the front. No cooking. Okay. Greybeard is back. Never finished The Witcher. You should go back. It's a great game. Hello. Take my advice, Breton. Get a double room. The single here is lice infested. Okay. Okay, thanks. Can I stop pilfering? I don't wish to pilfer. What does this button do? How do I tell it that I don't want to pilfer? Oh, right click, okay. Thank you, Jordan. It took me a second. Booba says, I also like the place where we witness a person being burnt alive. I can't remember the place. Well, I don't know. I don't remember. Hello. Your face looks funny. Sorry, I'm a little drunk. Little drunk, Breton. Pickpocket icon is just going to be useful for unlocking doors, but even then it's almost impossible. Okay. I think I want to be a good character. Like, I want to be a good person for this, because it's my first playthrough. On my first playthrough, I like to be good. And then subsequent playthroughs, I like to be a little bit ridiculous. Look at this guy. He is just jamming. Look at how fast his hand is moving there. Hi. Whoa. I went right through you. Oh no. Hi. Who are you? Just a traveling musician? Betestier Wickhart, they call me. What can I do for you, Breton? It's Eddie Van Halen? Clearly. Should we, tell me some rumors. Give me a general rumor. Let's gossip, guys. There's probably something going on elsewhere in High Rock, but not here in Jehanna. So this isn't really a rumor. This is sort of like an anti-rumor. This is like a nothing's happening rumor. It's like, let me tell you a secret. I ain't got no secrets. Novigrad's cool. I don't think, I don't know how far into the game some people are. So I don't know if I want to talk about stuff that happens in The Witcher 3, but it's a good game. NPCs inside buildings don't give you good directions or rumors. That's because they're just trapped inside of this building for all time and they've probably never left it. You mean Triss? Triss is lovely indeed. I'm team Yennefer though. Jordan says, so they'll only waste your time, but NPCs outside are useful for directions and quest progression. Okay, that's good to know. You haven't played Witcher 3? It's great. Should I ask, so I can't get direct, I'll just leave him alone then. You go back to jamming. Do you think he's playing this song that we're listening to right now? Because this does not sound like something that would come off of a stringed instrument. Hey, you. You all right there? Before you reach the bar, a singularly well-known person called Mother Utheric signals to you and speaks in a conspiratorial whisper. They tell me you're called Juniper. If you're as tough as you look, I know a way for you to get a quick 34 gold pieces. This book of prayers I have was supposed to be at the Order of the Gentle Hand yesterday, and if it ain't there by Freydis, 4th of Hearthfire, things could get real nasty. Someone there will give you your reward if you're at Order of the Gentle Hand on time. Do we got a deal? I don't know, what day is it? How much time do we have to get there? It's just in this, it's in the same town, right? Are we just delivering something across town for 34 gold? Shrugs, alright. You could start a fire with that speed? Absolutely. Noisy Cricket says, I could never get into the mechanics, the learning curve kind of messed you up. Yeah, it's... For me, it's sort of like, once you get them, until then it does take a minute. I don't mind that, though. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna deliver this. Hopefully we have more than a day to find it. We gotta find the Order of the Gentle Hand. Thank you, Juniper. My mind is much ease. Good luck to you, good Breton. Okay. We have till the 4th of Hearthfire? You're more of a plug-and-play type of guy? Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. So, I feel like you should play games that you enjoy playing. If you're not enjoying it, you shouldn't play it. And that's because it's a game. Games are meant to have fun. You're meant to have fun. And you could always watch people streaming it if you want to enjoy the story of something, but you find the mechanics very frustrating. We can go to Skyrim in this game too, right? I believe you can. We We need to sleep, don't we? Or do we not need to sleep because we don't have any health issues right now? Can I just pass time here? Tell me some rumors. I'd like a general rumor. I do not have any proof of this, but you must believe me. I know King Bedictor is an imposter. Not only that, but he's a cannibal. Well then. Okay. Sleep? Sleeping until 8 a.m. at least is good? Okay. How much does this cost? I only have 266 gold. How many days am I staying? 1? Should I request a room for multiple days so that I can... I don't know. Let's just do 1 and we can get another room. Excellent choice, the single. I unfortunately can't ask for less than 10 gold for it. Well then... Okay. How about 9 gold? Huh. Huh. 1's enough almost always? Okay. I don't believe it. I'm only charging you 9 gold. You lucky kid. Do we got a deal? Yeah. Should I buy drinks? It's a gin and tonic, guys. That's hilarious. I love that. I want to add that to my list. I'm gonna put that as a reward. Not a reward, a welcome gift. In my welcome baskets, guys. A gin and tonic. I'm writing it down. That's amusing. You like that? Yeah. Thanks to just roleplay? Well, you know. Actual barter, I know it worked. Can you believe it? Noisy Ricket says, like, don't get me wrong, the stories are great, and I own Witcher 3, but CDPR definitely leans heavy into tabletop mechanics over video game mechanics for the games. I could see that. I still enjoy it, though. Alright, I don't want any of this. I do love cider, though. Let's get out of here. I reject this. Actually, let me see what else he has. Beer, stout, grog, beer. Beer twice. Red wine, Bock, whatever Bock is. Cider, bitters, gin and tonic. Alright, reject. I reject this. Uh-oh. Exit. How do I sleep? Do I just sleep? They don't show you which room is yours, but if you appear in the right one when you sleep anywhere inside the tavern. Oh, okay. That's helpful, thank you very much. I don't know if that works. Oh, that did work. Okay, cool. We're gonna sleep until... Oh no, hang on. I gotta see what time it is. Hang on. If I click this, it tells me what... It's 6 in the morning. So let's sleep 2 hours. It looks like my health is actually lower. Wait, hang on. Continue. It is the 3rd of Hearthfire. We only have a day to deliver this to wherever the heck we're going, and I don't know how to find my quest log. Is this? Oh, it is. I've agreed to deliver a book of prayers to the Order of the Gentle Hand. We have to find the Order of the Gentle Hand, guys. Hey, Wolfsy, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you today? The Order of the Gentle Hand. So we're gonna sleep for like 2 hours. Actually, I'm gonna sleep for 3. I'm gonna be a rebel. We're gonna sleep for 3 hours. We have a nice 3-hour nap. I wake up. My health is back. Let's get out of here. I'm gonna save. Oh, I can't save in here. This is my room. Is this a bed or a ping pong table? Guys, do we sleep on a ping pong table? It even has, like, if you look at it, look. It even has like a little, like a line between in the middle of it. Unless you sleep 24, if you remember correctly. Alright. What happens if you rest for 37 hours, but you only rent to the room for the day? Oh, yeah. That makes sense. You're good? I'm glad to hear it. We're playing Arena, and it's fun. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys can sense that I'm having a good time, because I really am. Okay, so my room is the furthest down on the left. Straight down the hall, turn left, and then turn right out the door. Old school gaming indeed. Hello. How are you? Guys, we gotta find the Order of the Gentle Hand. And hopefully it's daylight, so we won't have monsters attacking me all over the place. Man, these people are booking it. I don't know what this music is. Did I just level or something? I don't get it. Alright, we gotta... I think to find places, we have to just ask people, right? Hey, where is... Do we think the Order is a Mage's Guild, perhaps? It should increase the detail slider now that I'm in the light. Okay. I might have already done it. Oh no, I didn't. I must have messed this up. That doesn't seem like something I would do. Is that all the way up? It seems like it's missing some. Alright. Hello. Who are you? They call me Barbara Greensley. No, not Barbara. Barbona. Barbona Greensley, the interpreter. I'm working on a translation of dark elvish poetry. Cool. Where is the Mage's Guild? That's south of here last time I checked. Alright. Hi! The cool thing is all NPCs are unique. Alright. Let's look for... Is the Order of the Gentle Hand? That feels magey. Like stained glass. Let's find somebody else to talk to. Hey, hey, you! I see you! Get back here! Get back here! What is this outfit? Hello. Who are you? You can call me Edwin Morsley. I'm a hunter. This is how hunters dress. I just like to be out in nature, you know, killing things. Where is the Mage's Guild? It has to be the Order of the Gentle Hand, because I don't think anything else... Could it be a temple? I might be wrong, but I'd look south of here. Alright, let's keep going. Is this a Mage's Guild? Have I been going the wrong way? Is this south? I'm going the wrong way, guys. I don't know how a compass works, clearly. Look at the mountains in the distance. It's just like Skyrim. Hey, you! Who are you? You can call me Indictor Kinging. I'm a guildmaster. I act as a go-between between my people and the king, while tensions are high. Okay, cool. But where is the Mage's Guild? South of here. Exit. Directions are more useful if you walk like 300 meters to triangulate the area. Okay, let's look at the map and see where we're at. Okay, so it's south of this center thing. Look at this. What is this? It's like a maze. It's like a maze. It's amazing. No! Well, how do I get out of here? Help! Help! I can't swim! Oh, I can climb at the border? There's no... I don't have to use a ramp or something? I can literally... Oh, well that worked. Hi, who are you? Don't mind me, I was just swimming. My name is Evelissa Buckingford. I'm a squire, and I carry my master's armors and weapons when he's not using them. Swim with the fishes. Cool. Where is the Mage's Guild? Not sure. Go southwest and ask there. Okay. Let's, maybe... Baywatch Skyrim? Absolutely. What does a Mage's Guild look like? Does anybody know? Does it have a particular, like, design for the building? Let's go toward that blue building. That looks cool and different. What is this place? Penny, enjoy your lurk! Good luck on your adventure and your questing. Falling inside and leaving water while in a city plays a sound file that pauses the game? Falling inside and leaving water. Interesting. Stuttery G, good evening. Good luck on Arena. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's my first time playing, so I'm trying to figure it out. It's been fun so far. What is this place? Are you an Arena player? Do you know all the tips and tricks? And thank you for that follow. This is not a wall. Or this is not a door. Let's find somebody to ask. Gotta find we definitely went south and west. Found the Nazi compound? That could be it. You like Arena? Probably the only one. I'm enjoying it. What's this? Okay. Hey. You. Who are you? We haven't met, have we? No, that's why I'm asking you who you are, man. Well, it's Gondeval Gearston, the poet. He's a poet, guys. That's the poet uniform. I write light verse and important sonnets. What is an important sonnet? And also, where is the Mages Guild? Here, give me your map, Gondeval Gearston says. I'll show you how close you are. Oh, he's just gonna show me where it is. Yeah, so this is my first time playing it. Okay, we're not far. My first time playing it, and I am enjoying it. I play a lot of Skyrim, and I thought it would be fun to try something different, you know? He scared you? You thought it was the courier? Is this the Mages Guild? Look at that eye. We found it. Is this the order of the... Is this the order of the Gentle Hand? What class am I playing? I'm playing as a ranger. I'm a Breton ranger. It's the optician. Oh, that makes sense. Look, guys, I have the option to print this out. Mages Guild is just Mages Guild? Okay. How do I find the order of the Gentle Hand then? I just assumed it was I could buy potions here? Okay, let's do that. That seems useful. Can I hit the sign that was hanging outside? We'll try it when I exit. You enter the Mages Guild. Its gloomy interior not much different from the cold, overcast sky outside. At least you silently thank the interior is warm. At least you silently think the interior is warm. You rub your hands together to bring back some feeling. Around you are arcane implements and mystical apparati. You can feel a strange tingling on your skin. Cozy indeed. Let's find the shopkeeper. Nobody here? Hello? Oh, you, wizard man. Is this your place? Oh, it is. Okay. Detect map. Oh, do I use this if I have like a piece of equipment or something and you can tell me what it is? Buy. Ocean. I think I only have 257 gold. And I feel like I will want potions of healing. Let me see what else there is. Potions of healing for sure. Resist poison maybe? What does a potion of levitation do? Is there disease in this game? Jordan says healing potions, 1 cure disease, resist fire or cold, a couple ones. At the beginning I would just do 3 healing, 1 cure disease. I don't see cure, did I miss cure disease? I see cure poison. Ah, there's cure disease. 1. Do I have to barter for each item individually? I can't like fill up a basket of things and say it's kind of tedious. There's diseases pretty rare. Alright. You gonna guess it makes me levitate? A potion of levitate? I mean, that makes sense to me. It just seems weird. Like, I've never seen something like that. Just different. Something different. Soul gems. They had soul gems? I didn't even notice. Okay. A discerning eye for the arcane indeed. You seem to be interested in a potion of cure disease. I will consider selling it for 50 gold. Guys, how about you guys just list your prices? Just list your prices. And either I buy it or I don't. If you buy multiple ones at once, you counter all of them at once? Okay. Buy it once, you're crazy. I know. Is that a mage or a pimp? I think a mage, because he has a hat. A pointy hat. Not like a hat with like a feather. That's how you know the difference. Free actions, useful potion to get at some point. I think he sells that. I don't know if it's worth it here, if I should be using my money for like armor and stuff. I feel like I should get some armor. Actually, I should probably find somewhere to sell all of the stuff. Reaction to fix paralysis. Oh, okay. I see. Stuttery G is on the same page. Okay, let's counter. Let's counter with 45. Okay. Yes, I will take this. And I will buy another potion. But let's get some healing potions. It was recommended to get 3. I want 3, please. The Archmage will be furious with me, but if you'd like that potion of healing, I'd be willing to part with it for a paltry sum of 75 gold. Let's try to bring this price down. While expensive later in the game, potion of purification is overpowered. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Let's counter. Let's try 65. A good eye for quality and a shrewd mind for bartering. I like, my child. Here's what I'll do for you. For 70 gold, that potion of healing is yours. Let's accept that. We'll accept that. We agree then. Yes, we do. I also want to buy... I have 142 gold. 60 booba, get out of here. You're such a troll. Offer him 1 shiny nickel? I don't think I have one. Later in the game when you have money. Okay. Do they accept food stamps? I don't think so. Don't think so. Did they have a free action? They do. It's 75. I only have 142. Should I buy this now, you guys? Or should I not and hold off until I have more money? I only had like this much more coffee when I went to refill my mug. Don't buy it. Jordan says don't buy it. Okay. Don't buy it. Get armor. We wait. Okay. Okay. That's what we'll do. All right. I reject your attempt to sell things to me, wizard man. All right. Bye. We have to. We wait. Just wait. Do you mean like literally wait in the game? We have to find the order of the whatever. Which makes me think we just have to go around and talk to everybody. Oh, hang on. Look, you guys ready? Here we go, Booba. For you. Wait on the purchase. Got it. Okay, so we have less than a day. And we need to find the Order of the Gentle Hand. The temple? If you ask for a type of building, there's a list of names of buildings. Is there? Okay, hey you. Poet man. Or hunter man. Or who are you? He's a nomad. Of course he is. Of course he is. I am Rodore Kingston, a nomad. I go wherever my spirit moves me. Well, I hope it moves you to the Order of the Gentle Hand. Have we obtained our first staff piece? No, we just got out of the first dungeon. I'm pretty new to this. If you okay, let's see. If we ask where a type of building is, where is... What if I said nearest temple? Because I clicked on temple. Oh, that did work. Okay, Order of the Gentle Hand. To the north. All right. Let's look where we're at. So it's north of the center line. Let's go... We'll go north to this row here. What, vision about Fang Lair was seen only. Yeah, I did get that. And it amused me, because I play Elder Scrolls Online, and Fang Lair is in Elder Scrolls Online. So I've been there in ESO, but I have not been there in this game. You. Actually, you. Who are you? Carolina Yamford, a field hand. I sweat like an animal day in and day out. Well, hello. Where is the Order of the Gentle Hand? It'd be easy if I just showed you. She just put it on my map. That's incredible. You can press the cardinal letters while on the map menu. It will move the view. Oh, same Carolina, same, yeah. Hype. Hype indeed. Whoa. That is cool. So the Order of the Gentle Hand is in the maze, which we access from the right. So let's just go east and north and then west. Into the maze, everybody. Into the maze. East. North. West. I think it was this way. I saw the sign. I saw the sign. Elder Scrolls Online, one of the few Elder Scrolls games I've yet to try. It's just different. It's just different. Because it is an MMO, so it is a little bit over the top in the ways that MMOs tend to be. Lots of flashy things and people riding on ridiculous creatures and glittering lights and all sorts of stuff like that. But it is a fun game. There's a heck of a lot of content. You get a lot for your money. And there's a lot of lore if you're into that. Band turning left. We found it, guys. How do I go inside? I'm trying to click and it's not letting me. Oh, there. I have to be right up on the door. You enter the Order of the Gentle Hand, hoping that your spirits can be lifted on this cold, overcast day. You can hear chanting in the distance. And some onks in the foreground? That's kind of weird. Alright, here we go. We have to... Who do we deliver this to? Was there a name or anything? I don't think there was. Just give the book of prayers to them. Hey, you! Whoa! Whoa! I don't like this guy. I'm just gonna back away slowly. I'm afraid of him. I'm more afraid of him in this view because it looks like he has horns. Cursed. For real. Speaking of horns. Speaking of horns. Last night, Foxwalks streamed an IRL streaming a wrestling match between Santa and Krampus, and it was ridiculous. And you guys should all go follow Fox. Because it was so much fun. Hi! Are we okay? It's a speed rapper. It was ridiculous, Fox. You know what I like about your streams is that I don't really go many places. I don't explore. So I kind of like explore through you exploring. It's great. On DOS it runs slower, but it's painfully slow. The animations are not well adapted for fast computers. I mean, I don't mind whatever this is. It's okay. I kind of like it. It looks like he has a mustache in this view, does it not? He looks like Hitler. Does he not look like Hitler? Look at the little stash he's got going on. It's concerning. We don't like him. I don't trust him. Krampus had a win or it was rigged. It ended up being a tie. It was weird. It's sexy Hitler. I mean, if this is what you're into. All right. What a marvelous book of prayers, and it's even here on time. Quite unlike Utharic to be so punctual, I assure you. Well, enjoy your 34 gold pieces rewarded. You earned it. Heck yeah, we earned that. We had to ask everybody in town. Oh, what is this? We can get a blessing? How much do I wish to donate? Nothing? Nada? That doesn't work. Let me just try 0. No. Forget it. Donate a kidney? Yeah, maybe. Alright, we leveled. Where are we putting our points this time, guys? We got 4 points to spend. Put 4 and we get to a nice even number for speed. I think think we've decided that endurance was good because it, you know, but it's only every 5 levels. I don't think I wanted to do exclusively endurance, though. Leveled up for being a good person. We did finish a quest. We did finish a quest while looking sexy. Which gets you extra points, I think. Right? True? Yeah, alright. If I equip armor, does it change how I'm dressed? Like, over here? Because it's kind of silly. What is... This is wisdom, isn't it? This is a W. I know this looks exactly like a W, so I should have understood that it was a W. It will change, yeah. Her hair matches the trees. It's a little bit different. Either that or maybe this is just her hair. This could be part of her hair. She's got like a green fro. You're gonna walk your dog? You're gonna walk your dog? Your dog's name is Bart? Have a good walk, Bart. And Wolf. Bart and Wolf going on a walk. I love it. Let's do, let's put a couple points into agility. And a couple points into strength. And we'll do that. And that's fine for now. Done. Okay, see ya, sexy Hitler. Let's get out of here. Is this the exit or is this the door? I mean, it's a door either way. But is the door... Oh, it's the interior. Are we allowed to be here? What's this? Oh, it's a table. I thought it was a creature. Okay, I'm gonna just leave. Get the heck out of here. Alright. Every time I leave a building, it plays like congratulations music. Like, well done, you found the way out. You did it. You managed to escape the Order of the Gentle Hand. This is a big city. We need to find... Maybe we find a blacksmith? I think that was one of the things we saw when we were talking to people. From, as I understand it, each of these towns are procedurally generated in true Bethesda style. So you can't just go online and say, give me a map of this city. You have to literally go, yo, where is... Oh, the equipment store. Oh, any of these. Holy smokes, there's quite a few. Maybe professional armaments? The Order of the Child Caesar? What is that? That is concerning. The new gear store, perhaps? Essential equipment store. I wonder... Oh, there's a used store. We could go there, perhaps, and get cheaper gear? Nearest store. Okay. Where are the bugs? Todd Howard must have been upset. I'm sure they'll show up. Hey, where is the nearest store? It's a good idea. Thank you. You'll find that northwest of here. Oh, okay. I'll just go northwest. No problem. Northwest. I don't want to jump in the water there. Northwest? Oh, hey, this is a store. Oh, no, this is a... What is this? Is this the Djinn again? This is Red Castle, a different tavern, perhaps? What is this? The Order of the Red Rose? You. Where is the nearest store? Without hesitation, Endora Wickford asks for your map to inscribe the exact location. Great. Wait till you get to Daggerfall? There's a share of bugs? Okay. Oh, here we go. The essential equipment store. So we go west and then north. We got this. Thanks, dude. Enjoy your leotard. Yeah, perfect. This looks like where I want to be. Hello. I think I'll just sell... Oh. It is a miserable autumn day outside, and it's good to get inside the essential equipment store. You glance over the new shipments of supplies and weaponry. DOSBox can run out of memory. You can jump in the corner of a block and get stuck in until you jump again. You can also get blocked by a ghost while swimming and won't be able to hit him. Oh no. You have to remind me, I'm sorry, because you said this so much earlier, Jordan, but you suggested having 4 different saves for different situations, but I didn't feel like where we were at the time in the starter dungeon was the right place to begin that. But now that we are in a city, perhaps we can. What is this giant, this shirtless giant just hammering away? I like that. I don't know if this is decor or if this is all stuff for sale. It just seems like a really silly, like, wallpaper. Hashtag never save. That doesn't seem like me. Hello, Conan. I mean, when I look at him, this is a normal talking distance, I think. And I feel like he's quite tall. Look at them abs, you guys. Or maybe this is his face. This could be eyes and a nose and a mouth. Maybe he's smiling. Hi. Sell. 10-year-old point of view? That's it. That's clearly it. All right, let's sell this staff. You give me 3 gold. A bit more than I usually give. How about 5 gold? How about 5? For that outdated staff, you're lucky I'm looking at it at all. Now give me a real price. All right, all right, all right. How about 4? If the Emperor had kissed that staff himself, I wouldn't pay so much. Let's talk reality. All right, let's just try the 3. You must have mesmerized me. It's the pants, I know. Got the gold if you're still willing to sell. Indeed I am. The man is jacked. You need his workout plan. Apparently it's CrossFit. CrossFit, Larry. Who knew? Cider, can you sit up so I can actually sit comfortably, please? Do I steal? Do I just steal from him? I like that the choice is just steal. 25% is a safe counter suggestion, up to 40% depending on attributes. Can you insult him by proposing such a ridiculous offer that he's like, get out of my store. Get out of my store, you jerk. Also, does it have my equipped gear here? Because I don't want to accidentally sell what's equipped. Does it tell me what's equipped, or do I have to just remember? I think I have a steel longsword equipped. Do I have more than one? If you counter with a worse offer, he refuses to continue. Oh boy. Come back. That was a lot of wood. What I miss? Not a whole lot. We did a quest. We delivered a book to somebody, and now I'm trying to get some armor. So I'm selling the stuff that I have in my inventory so that I can get a little bit more gold. You hope you can insult them? Maybe. Okay, so I'm gonna keep... Oh, it says your longsword is equipped. Do you want to sell it? No, so it stops me. I thought I had something else equipped. Oops, put that away. Juniper, settle down. Settle down, Juniper. Next page. 2 to 16 damage and weighs 8. Two to 16 damage and weighs 8. We thought the steel longsword might be worth more. Alright, I'll keep this and then sell the steel one then, right? You can insult them with lowball offers? Okay. The dude's built like Yuhiro Han. I don't know who that is. I might have said his name wrong too. Alright. Sell this. 11 gold, yeah. Actually, let me counter with 12. Let me see if I can get 12. I like your style, kid. I'll take that steel longsword from you for, let's say, 11 gold. Alright, fine, whatever. You're taking advantage of a crazy man, but you got a deal if you still want it. Yeah, I seriously do. Let me do it. Am I opposed to glitches for money? I think maybe for my original playthrough. Maybe next time. I know there's a way that you can... Because I did read a couple, like, things about how you can get loot and kind of cheese it by going upstairs sometimes. You come back downstairs and it kind of gives you more loot or whatever. And, you know, you can break into people's houses and just take from them and things like that. I don't know. What am I playing this on? Your icon and map directions have different images. I'm on PC. I do have a couple of mods, some baby mods or whatever. I had to repair gear. I guess maybe I do. How much does it cost to repair? I can repair my potion of healing? 10 days? No way! Okay. Clean UI, that could be it, yeah, because I know there was something that made the font readable, because the font was seriously not readable before. Better not to steal people's stuff in the first playthrough. That's kind of what I feel like, yeah. I want to be good. I want to be good this time. Because I'm usually not. I might devolve into some lesser creature by the end of this. Let's look for armor. A buckler is a shield, right? If I'm using a sword, is it a two-handed weapon? I feel like she's just holding it in one hand in her image. Jordan says, I never repair gear. If your equipment has good material, you won't break it easily. That's good to know. Cost. Okay, I have a 200. Oh, it looks like these are decent prices. Steel gauntlets of personality. That's what I need. Ebony round shield of jumping. No, I don't want that. I wanted to read it. It doesn't tell me what it is. Is there a way that I can read the stats of these things before I buy them? Can't read the stats. Ugh. After a few levels, you'll get more torques and such, and enchanted items to sell for Mundo Buckaroos. Go dungeon crawl with an extra potion. Okay, yeah. I do want to get back into a dungeon. I want to get to exploring and doing stuff. I just want some gear of some sort. Maybe I can get a cuirass? Or some greaves? 100 gold would get me a plate cuirass. How about that? Or do I want chainmail? Does he have chainmail? Chain cuirass? Maybe that? Let's buy that. Hello, my name is Mortister Greencroft. I see you are looking to purchase a chain cuirass. I'll be happy to sell that to you for as little as 50 gold. Let's counter with 45. Plate cuirass is best? Alright. Reject. I get out of you. Forget this. Forget that whatever your name is. Why can't I can't do anything other than accept something. Oh wait, I can just right click. Only in your inventory. I was just looking at the price and going, I don't know if I want to spend twice as much. Plate cuirass. It's 100 gold points. Let's counter. Let's counter with 90. I can tell the shrewd bargainer when I see one if you would be willing to pay with 95. That's fine. Your strong leadership skills have persuaded me to accept your offer. Okay. So now we have chest armor. I have 100 gold left. Do I want to spend more gold on more gear? Or do I need my gold for something else? I just want to make sure I'm not wasting my gold. Don't get plate, you can't equip it? Well, I just bought it, because I was just told, dang it. I'm a ranger. I'm a ranger. Get greaves, then leave? Okay. Should I get plate greaves? Ranger should be able to equip plate? Okay. I think we were joking about archery earlier, so that's probably the confusion there. Sorry about that. Greaves. Never mind, I can? Cool. Would it stop me? Would it tell me here if there's something that I was going to buy that I can't equip? Plate greaves are 80. Okay, I can afford that. Let's counter. Let's counter with 75. Alright. It doesn't display things you can't equip. That's good. Couldn't even imagine archery in this game. Yeah. Alright. Let's see how we look with all of our stuff. We got our weapon equipped. Oh boy. Okay. Looking good. Looking good, I think. The shoes are a little bit like, eh. Rangers can access all weapons and armors. Okay, that's cool. Okay, so now chest is +0, legs are +0, so that's good. What is this? Waist? Waist is still +9, and I don't know what this is over here. To the left side? I guess these are shoulders, different shoulders, right? Head, shoulders. Do you have to get a left pauldron and a right pauldron? The ninja shoes need to go. Kite shield is the best shield. Oh no, the best shield is the tower shield, okay. Teal plate armor and the black ballet flats, it's a look. Yeah. This is because I have a lot of agility. You do need both pauldrons, but not now. Larry says knees and toes. Head and shoulders, knees and toes, perhaps. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I do have some gold left, right? Should I try to get some boots? Or a helm? A bow is great for when you're in a tunnel or ditch you can't attack above you. Since you have no magic, your only options are bows or enchanted items. Okay. Welcome back, Wolf. Hope you had a great walk. It's rainy here. I really want to go for a walk myself, but we are literally, like, in, like, crazy storm watch today. I've got 34 gold. I can get some chain boots. Or a kite shield. I feel like a shield has more use right now. Although I don't know how to block. You recommend a kite shield? Let me ask you this. So I have a sword. Is it it's a long sword. Is it a two-handed sword? Am I gonna have issues equipping both? Looks like I'm just holding it in one hand in my little inventory thing. It's passive defense. Oh, I don't actually have to use it. I'm just carrying the shield gives me defense. The only thing, only a claymore is two-handed. Okay. Thank you guys. I'm so appreciative of all the help, for real, because this is all stuff I mean, I would figure it out, but it'd be a lot of trial and error, and this is, you know, this makes things a little bit more streamlined for sure. Maybe a staff and a dai katana? Adai katana? I don't know what that, I mean, a katana is a type of sword, right? Alright. Yeah, left and right pauldrons, how funny. My katana's two-handed. Oh, okay. Alright, well I don't want to use that. Should I get a shield or some boots? What do you guys think? Boots are cheaper, but they're not plate boots. How much are plate boots? They have plate boots? Plate helm, greaves, cuirass. Boots of speed? I don't have that much money. Kite shield, everyone says. No warhammers, I'm out. Sorry, Larry. Lunacy says, I only know this because I'm in the middle of modding the weapon animations. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Alright, let's get a kite shield. I definitely would not mind some extra defense. This guy says he's willing to part with it for a paltry sum of 30 gold. Let's try 28 gold. Let's try 27 gold. Alright. Deal. A candy cane staff will be ready tomorrow? That's incredible. Perfect for the holidays. Alright. Let me equip my thing. I'm gonna equip my new shield. Oh, I see. It turns kind of from like an orange to a yellow when it's equipped. Look at this bad boy. I think we should name our shield something. It's kind of like a demon or a troll or a daedra or I don't know. I feel like it needs a name. Are there different styles of shields? Like not like I know kite shield versus buckler, for example, but like different designs is what I mean. These are just the female shields. Call this the shield, the troll shield. It'll protect me from you guys. Yeah, I'm hilarious. Okay. So how do we get quests? Because we have, the only quest we have right now. Wait, we did this. Why is it still here? You've agreed to deliver a book. Well, we already did that. Oh, there's 4 shield types per sex? Okay. Alright, well, we already did that. I don't even know why it's still there. I'm gonna save, because I was told to save all the time. And I'm gonna save this as, empty, I guess. Oh boy. Town? To the kindly waiteth. That's what I'm gonna start saying, guys, when I need you guys to hang on just a second while I do some sort of like behind the scenes stuff. I'm gonna say kindly waiteth whilst I performeth the troubleshooting. Why are you guys staring at me? They're gonna attack me? Can't camp here? I don't want to. Come at me. So I guess we have to get some... Do we just talk to people until we get quests? This is sort of what I feel like is confusing, because like, what now, right? What now? Hello, dude. How about some work? I don't know if this is this rather mysterious fellow called Belladira needs a chaperone or an escort or what, but if you go northwest a bit, you'll find a rather mysterious fellow called Belladira and the Red Griffin looking for someone like that, I guess willing to pay generously. Okay, it's an escort mission? That this here? They said northwest. I don't know if this is the right place. I clicked on the door. Or in the Restless Djinn again. Usually you talk to people and ask about the last item in the list of locations. So go to the... So ask about... Like, where is, and then scroll to the bottom, and the second from the bottom is... Or the one at the bottom is the one that has stuff. There's no special location. You can sleep for 8 hours in a tavern and check your journal. I guess I have Fang Lair. I do. Maybe I can ask about Fang Lair. Like, where the heck is it? This is not where I want to be. Get me out of here. Good note, right-clicking on shops and tavern doors will mark them on the maps. You don't have to. Yeah. Jordan mentioned that earlier. And we've been doing it. I just overshot and I left-clicked instead of right. I'm still learning. The thing said to go to... Oh no, some other place. Hey, you. Where is... I don't want the near... I want a specific tavern. There's no... Oh, inn. Specific inn. It was the, The Red Pit, was it? The Red Pit. East of here. Okay. He knows a lot. Is it not common for them to have like a whole list of things like this? Where's Fang Lair? Couriers from Hammerfell came here not yesterday speaking of the same thing. Oh, that's sus. Perhaps you should travel there to find out the truth. To Hammerfell? Okay. I've already forgotten which direction that guy told me to go in for... Oh, you mean Jordan? Oh. It's uncommon to know the door clicky map thing. Jordan's a pro. You guys are all pros. We got like all the arena experts hanging out in chat today, and I am so grateful. Trust me, believe me. I tried to play a little bit of this on my own and was like, this is ridiculous. Hi. Where is... Do we want to do that escort mission? Or maybe we should... Let me ask about Fang Lair again. No one's heard of that in the past 500 years? You gotta open your ears. Where is... It was definitely the red something, wasn't it? The red... What's the red castle? Why are there so many taverns here, guys? Where's the red pit? Southwest of here? Alright. Southwest. Let's go this way. Oh, this is probably it, because it has moons. I learned from Jordan. Moons equal tavern. This is the Red Griffin. Is this... not the Red Pit? Is the Red Pit directly next to the Red Griffin? It's the hoteling law again. Just talked about this yesterday. Nope, this is the Restless Djinn. Jaggy Mr. Corn is a tricky. Okay, good to know. I'm gonna call him Jägermeister. Actually, you know what? Tharn, I keep trying to say Abner Tharn because Abner Tharn is a character in ESO, and I assume a relative of the Tharns in this game. Let's just go in here. You walk out of the cloudy autumn day into the Red Griffin, the smell of baking bread pulling you like a lure. I would like some baking bread. God, baking bread sounds fantastic. Wow, look at all these people. You, talk to me. See if the bartender has any claret left. It's the tastiest wine in High Rock. Oh, okay. You, say hello to me. You won't find any better ale in Jehanna than here at the Red Griffin. How about you? Oh, well, excuse you. The bartender apparently actually likes strangers, but this guy does not. Hello. Don't bother with the cheap room at the Red Griffin, Breton. Get at least a double. Weren't you at the other bar? I'm sorry, but if you thought I looked friendly, you were mistaken. Oh, okay. My bad. My bad. Hello. Everyone's keeping quite a distance from this guy. It's unlike any bar I've ever been to. Usually, you go into a bar and there's 15 people crowded around the one person who can make you a drink. Hi. You're about to go to the bar when a rather mysterious fellow called Belladira calls you to a table. This is who we're looking for, the escort mission. He doesn't smell right? Clearly not. Lunacy says, I love the descriptions in this game. The best ones are successful pickpockets. It's quite hilarious. You should thief class next time. Okay, that sounds like fun. A good day. I'm having a little problem I hoped you'd be able to solve. For reasons of business. Morgulda Copperford, that's my aunt, needs to get to the Mages Guild by Freitas, 4th of Hearthfire. I had a couple swordsmen hired to escort her there, but they wound up dead half an hour ago, chopped into goblin snacks by the After Dark Society. The After Dark Society? I was going to have my contract in the Mages Guild pay them 38 gold. That money's yours if you take their place. I just do it during the day, then they won't attack me, right? Yeah. Thank you, Juniper. My mind is much ease. Good luck to you. Okay, so where? Oh, they're with me. Let's go. Let's go. I assume this person, this is her aunt. Tagging along. Let's go. This is the wrong way. Or is it? No, this is right. Get me out of here. We're going to the Mages Guild. And we know where it is. It's sort of miraculous that we were there before. So we're going to go south. South until we see the water ahead. And then turn east, which will be to the left. Alright. And then I'll look again. We're going south. Come on, lady. Keep up. Do I have to be worried about getting attacked by the After Dark Society? Is she with me? I just assume she's with me. I don't see her, so maybe she's in my pocket. I'm just carrying her. Just carrying her around. Here's the water. We're going west. I feel like the Mages Guild was, in the maze, right? Oh no, that was the Order of the Gentle Hand. Okay, yeah, so we go to the maze and just go south. I have to go west, right? Oh wait, no, we had the wrong way. East. Durr. Portrait's top left. Yeah, it's funny to me that she's just there and not, like, with me. Okay, here's the maze. The blue building is the Mages Guild. We got this. Just walk right through that tree. Boom. Here you go, lady. Should be fine. Don't do those quests, can't say. Daytime, probably not. Okay, I missed what that said. What's this? Oh. On a dark day, yada yada yada. Something about... Put my weapon away. Whoa! They're everywhere! You. Good to see you, Morgulda Copperford. I can see Juniper protected you well against the annoyances of Jehanna, and has deserved 38 gold pieces. Goodbye, Mighty Breton. That's me, Mighty Breton. I wonder if I could mod an NPC to follow you like an enemy. I don't know. All modding is just like completely beyond me. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I know how to like mod game, like, you know, I want to mod a game, but I don't know how to create mods, if you will. We just got some gold. Should we try to find Fang Lair, or should we do another mission? And do we want to do Fang Lair, or do we want to do some... There's got to be more, like, dungeons and stuff kind of around, right? You there, you look like you want to tell me something important. What's your deal? Do a quest? How about a work rumor? Is that a quest? 16-bit assembly, so it's going to be hard. For Arena, yes, I'm literally reading straight hex to make these animation works hexadecimal. I mean, more power to you. I wasn't told any details, but there was a figure called Mad Gondanak, a Faroon here earlier, looking for someone to help out with an odd job. You ought to check the taverns to the west. Okay. To the west. Is there a tavern to the west that we already know of? No, there isn't. Unless to the west literally means, like, it could be down here or down here. Who knows? Let's just go over here and look for some, Actually, that looks like maybe there's... Oh god. Got Hitler chasing us again. Let's go over here. This is a tavern. Oh my god, don't fall in the water. What tavern is this? The Flying Helm. In we go. You walk out of the cloudy autumn day into the Flying Helm, the smell of baking bread, yada yada yada. Bartender, where are you? Where is he? Guys, they killed the bartender. Oh, there's the wall. Who are you? Ah, there he is. We found him. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. Hi. Okay, so this isn't right, because we usually have somebody talk to us here before we... When we talk to... Okay, sorry. Just came to drink in peace. Do I mind? No. Usually have somebody interrupt us and say, hey, psst. Before we get to what is this? It's like the storeroom? Where's the exit? Maybe it's this? No. Usually have somebody interrupt us before we get the chance. Ah! Are we on? Did we just walk? Can we just walk over all the tables? This seems kind of rude. Alright, I don't know how to get out of here, so we just live here now. Guys, I'm right by the door. Figures. Figures. Found it. So we need to find another tavern to the west. I assume that's like moss or something. What is this place? Some sort of temple? Alright. And the whole point for the tavern was to do some other random quest. What is this place? The Emperor's Tool Store? It's Moss Rockman, duh. Okay. Don't worry, when I'm done, I have tutorials for modding weapon files. Just want to make sure it's correct. Alright, where's Fang Lair? Because I feel like we need to do that, right? You wouldn't be the first searching for that. Why don't you try somewhere in the cities of Hammerfell? I heard something happened there. How do I get to another city? I don't know how to get to another city. What is this? It's like a frozen post or something? I don't know what that's meant to be. Click on, right-click on the map icon. What? Do I just, like, say, alright, take me to Hammerfell? Let me ask you this. If I leave this town, can I ever come back here? Because it seems like the towns change, right? I can? Okay. And the orientation will stay the same? The map icons will stay there? Alright, let's go to Hammerfell then. Thank you, guys. We're going to Hammerfell. I guess we'll go... Okay, whoa. Oh, Sentinel, okay. It's saved in your saved game? Okay. Maps are always the same no matter what save you have? Alright, all of these are... Does red mean they're locked? I guess I could click on any of them, but... Let's go to Sentinel, right? The city-state of Sentinel in Hammerfell Province. The date is Tertus, 3rd of Hearthfire, and the year 3rd Era 389. Based on the current weather, it will take 28 days to travel there? It's 1,300 kilometers. It should arrive by Tertus, 1st of Frostfall, in the year 3rd Era 389. Am I concerned about the amount of time it's taking? Should I go somewhere closer? Maybe Dragonstar? What is this? Thorstad place? This will take me 28 days. Did I finish my escort quest? Yeah, I did that. I did finish my escort quest. Does it matter how much time passes? Will the world end? Will Jägermeister take the throne? Will keep the throne and cause a whole bunch of problems for people? Time's only an issue if you want to arrive during a holiday. Oh, I don't care about that. Let's go here. Let's just go here. Great, how do I get there? What is this? This looks like maybe I sail there? Or ride on a horse? Okay. Oh, that was fun. Giddy up. You have arrived in the village of Thorstad Place in Hammerfell Province. The date is Tertus 24th of Hearthfire in the year 3rd Era 389. It took 20 days to reach your goal. You arrive at Thorstad Place, a village held by Lady Lovame. Although weary from travel, you find the place seems to beckon for exploration. Huh. Okay. They're really screwed up by retconning holidays. So many cool ones in Arena and Daggerfall. Yeah, I do kind of like some of the holidays you see in Elder Scrolls Online. I mean, they spend a lot of time with them in that. Although they do tend to correspond with real-world holidays. You know, you have, instead of like New Year's and like Christmas, you have like New Life, which is interesting. Things like that. The quest will need to be completed by my great-grandkids. Well, at this rate, yeah. Here we are. Well, howdy. I like your hair. Tell me about Fang Lair. First, who are you? Greetings. I am Batai. Bow tie? She's a bow tie. A field hand. I sweat like an animal day in and day out. Never played ESO, but that's so cool. I need to play it soon. Give it a shot, yeah. If you can find it on sale, it's definitely worth it. They do, there are zones that are quest locked by, oh, Twitch, why are you freaking out? Guys, Twitch gift cards are available now. Finish your holiday shopping today. I got a little pop-up. Thanks, Twitch. I'm live streaming. Go away. It's a sweaty bow tie. That's what she is, yeah. You can, so there's zones that are like locked behind a subscription. But they do have sale days where or weekends or whatever, where you can access that content for free. And that's pretty cool. So I recommend, you know, if you want to get the game for super cheap on a sale, get a heck of a lot of content out of it, play all the vanilla zones, and when they have a sale or a free weekend for the other stuff, take advantage of that. Hands are so dry. Winter, guys. Winter. This music is something, huh? Okay. Well, sweaty bow tie, tell me if you know where Fang Lair is. Have you tried near Hammerfell? I'm literally in Hammerfell, bow tie. I'm in Hammerfell. I heard something strange happened thereabouts. Okay, we'll just keep, I guess do I go to a different city in Hammerfell, perhaps? Greetings, I am Dat Boy. I have anger issues, and my wife has cheated on me with my best friend. Oh. Sorry, Dat Boy. Twitch gift cards are great. I got one 1 year, and it was cool being able to support my favorite channels a little extra with it. Oh, that's cool. I literally didn't know Twitch gift cards were a thing. I didn't know they could go towards like subs or gift subs or bits or whatever. Maybe that's what they are. I thought it would go for like merch, because I know their merch stuff is on sale right now too. You're gonna change one of your greetings to that in the file. Oh boy. You can use them for subs and bits? Nice. Alright. Hey you! You look interesting. Who are you? You can call me Satum. I am a cook, you know. I cook and stuff. Oh, cooks and stuff. I'd like to know about this and stuff. Where's Fang Lair? If he tells me to go to Hammerfall, I'm going to scream. Just checking Rehad. Okay, some strange things have been happening there. Great, let's go to Rehad. See ya. Can I just walk there? Is this the exit? What? How do I get to Rehad from here? Oh, hang on. They said that right-click. Right-click on the map. The wilderness is infinite? Oh, so I shouldn't be in the wilderness. I need to go back inside and then fast travel. Where's Rehad? Rehad's a major city, isn't it? There it is. The city-state of Rehad in Hammerfell province. Blah, blah, blah. 14 more days. Alright, let's hoof it. As far as I know, it's also the same no matter which save. I remember seeing the same outside now. Okay. To Rehad we go! This choice is sail, right? Is that what this is? It's like a septum? Is that the right word? A sextant? It's like a sextant. We'll take the horse. The horse that looks like a dog. Oh, it's just search. Oh, okay. 14 days to get there. It's the southernmost port of Hammerfell. Oh, it welcomes thee. Considerest thou welcomed. Lay aside thy vice and avarice. Enter these walls as nobles. We wish you only a long life and prosperity. Never played any of the Elder Scrolls other than Skyrim. This is cool to watch. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm having fun playing it. And I did think that people would enjoy seeing some other Elder Scrolls content. Oh god, it's nighttime. Guys, I'm scared. I'm scared. I need a tavern. Somebody help me! You. Nearest tavern, where? Nearest inn. I'll show you on your map how close you are, says Flossin. This guy's a Flossin. Okay, where's my map? The name of the inn is Unfortunate Treasures? Jordan says, in this province, taverns are a different color. Their primary colors, white, yellow, blue, etc. Okay, cool. You love that people are playing Arena. It's great while I'm modding it. I mean, it's cool that you're modding it. I like it when a game has, staying power. People are still playing it, modding it. This. Hang on, I got lost again. It's west, right? This many years later, then it must be decent, right? Is this it here? Unfortunate treasure. Heck yeah. On this cool autumn night, guys, it's perpetually a cool autumn night, and during the day it's perpetually overcast. The unfortunate treasure seems especially inviting, does it? What a name for an inn. You smell apples baking in the kitchen, and look forward to your first draft of ale. Yeah. I guess I'll put my weapon away. I'd like a room, please. Who are you? Sorry, I don't think I know you. Nor do I wish to. Rude. Rude. I like how the tavern patrons are like the same. This guy's like a shepherd. He's like a giant shepherd. Hello. How's it going up there? Oh, you might find this hard to believe, but I don't want to be your friend. Oh. It's rude. You should try baking an apple. I mean, baked apples are good. Just walk across the table. Hello. Who are you? A musician, obviously. Playing music. At least I was until you interrupted me. The name's Riv. Well, what do you want? I'm a busy man. Huh. Bye. Not paying you anything. Speed metal, I know, right? This guy's speed cleaning, too. Hello. I think I'll get a room. A single. Why would I ever get anything more than a single? Is there a benefit? I only have 45 gold. I might have to do some work. How many days am I staying? 1. You'll love the single. I'll only charge you 10 gold a bargain. I'm gonna counter it with 9. I can see my keyboard. Move my mic again, because I can't help myself. I am, like, forever changing everything. And it's a problem. I think we could do business. The single for 9 gold, I assume it is a deal. Alright. Once I figure out where that executable calls for the amount of textures per whatever file, I'm making it as much as I can handle. Okay, yes, give me that single room. Tell me some rumors. I'll take a work rumor. No one here has heard of a job in weeks? Man. How about general rumors? I'll ask around, but I haven't heard anything lately that would interest you. Alright, whatever. This place is boring. No one works, no one does anything, everyone just sits in a tavern and drinks and talks about nothing. TLDR, more unique textures per province. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. I like the idea of that. Just have a little nap. We'll wait till, hang on. Wait, I can't, I just want to sleep for a few hours. I guess I'll do until fully healed. 13 hours passed. And I'm healed. What time is it? 6 p.m. Well, that's probably... Is it already dark there? Let me... Wait, is that a secret room? The wall moved. Oh, boy. Is it already nighttime? It's 6 p.m. nighttime. I sleep for so long that I wasted an entire day. Sleep 11 hours. Alright. "11 hours have passed. I wake up and it is 5:14 in the early morning. The date is Tertus, 10th of Frostfall in the year 389 of the Third Era. You're currently carrying 44 kilograms out of 94 kilograms, and I'm healthy. Look at that. Karma Jockey, enjoy your lurk. Lurk away. Good luck on your quest. People won't appear until 7 or 8. Okay. Well, let me look at my thing. What do I do with these? Because I've done these things. Why does my journal include stuff that I've already completed? And how do I know it's completed? Why does this U look like a V? It's a Javranal. I just spilled water on myself. I'm a disaster, you guys. You can delete them from an external file, you just have to remember there's just no way to remove them. Okay. Well. Alright, but I don't have any other quests, at least. That's fine. Bear Zofsky is in the house, everybody. Hi, Bear. How are you? Nice to see you. How's the playthrough? It's fine. It's just fine. It's funny. It is pretty funny. I'm enjoying it so far. Got too many things happening though. Guys, if you're not following Bear, please go follow Bear. Bear plays a bunch of games, including Skyrim, but also is currently playing a heck of a lot of WoW. And wow, is it amazing! I said it earlier, but I didn't do the click through. But speaking of animals, go also follow Foxwalks. There you go. Follow each other, dagnabbit. Fox has turquoise hair, just like Juniper, our character in the game. Let's see if I can get this working again. How are you today, Bear? This is my character, Juniper. Looking good. Day going good. Tried to see Santa. Unfortunately, kiddo fell on the way. I was crying pretty good, so we went back home. Oh. Is kiddo okay? Just a small fall, hopefully. Just a little bruise. Santa, to be fair, is kind of scary. How much time do we have to pass? Okay, so we still have to pass a couple hours. Can I just sleep a couple hours? Let's just I have to rent a room. Okay, I don't have access to this room anymore. Yeah, just a little scraped knee. He's good. Really excited for Santa, though. Well, Santa, can you go back? Is that your plan? Just go back later? I think there's somebody over here I haven't talked to yet. Oh, no. No, guys, it's a kettle. It's just a kettle. This is not a person. Today was the last day at this location. I think there's a different place this week. Well, I hope you can get little man there, if it works for you. Kids are so funny, though. He might just forget it, too. Oh, it's still dark. Let me back inside where it's safe. Kettle, that's a witch's cauldron? True. Can I have a bar brawl? I don't know. Should I try fighting somebody? I feel like that's a bad idea. I'm trying to be good on this playthrough. So none of the patrons want to talk to me. I've talked to, I think, everybody in here. And they're all like, did I give you the impression I wanted to talk to you? I'm like, whoa. So I guess we're just gonna pass some time. Although, I don't know if I can. I haven't talked to this guy, I don't think. Have I? Why don't you talk to that little fat guy? He's the bartender. Oh. The tall guy needs a beatdown? Oh, the tall guy is this a... there's two bards, guys. There's one playing music over there. In that corner. And he was kind of a jerk. And there's a guy over here. Maybe he's nicer? It's like in stereo. You think they're in sync? Who are you? I'm a- oh, nope, exactly the same. Musician, obviously. Playing music, at least I was until you interrupted me. Name's Fleer. What do you want? I'm a busy man. Tell me some rumors. Tell me something about work. Wish I could help you, friend. Work's hard to find in Riyadh. Well, you seem to be having work. How about some general stuff? There's probably something going on elsewhere in Hammerfell, but not here in Riyadh. We were literally... Alright, we're gonna have to talk to other people about Fang Lair, so we can find a piece of the staff of something. I wish the main quest had information here. Most people in taverns are jerks. Yeah. I say that as somebody who has frequented a few myself. People inside buildings are not reliable. Okay. I'm literally just trying to pass time because I don't want to spend more money on a bed. It's now okay, we've only passed like 10 minutes. Should I spend 10 gold on a room so I can pass 2 hours? Or should I just brave being walking around in the dark when nobody's out? It just feels like we buy a room. It just seems like a waste of gold for 2 hours. Hi. Single room. 1. I guess I could use it tonight though, can't I? I'm not giving you any more than 9 gold, buckaroo. Fine. Exit. My room. I'm gonna sleep for 2 hours. Great. Alright, now it's 8 in the morning in Riyadh. I gotta remember to save the game when I get out of the tavern. I'm just flying by. Walking real fast. Alright, here we are. Save game. We'll call this Riyadh. How do I delete this? There we go, that works. Kindly waiteth, it says. Hi, thanks for lurking. Good to see you. Look, it's a cactus! That is one heck of a cactus. Thank you for double lurking. Okay, we gotta talk to somebody about how to find... Oh, hello. Some Fang Lair. I guess this is a town where you wear swimsuits. Where's Fang Lair? Lady? Check at the palace. They claim to have deciphered the location of Fang Lair from some ancient scrolls their guards found in a keep outside the city. Guys, this is a quest. We got some progress. Alright, let's ask where the palace is. I guess, who are you? I'm named Bevamki. I'm a historian. I research certain rather obscure historical situations. Of course you are. This is how historians dress, you guys. Where is the palace? That's easy. It's south of here. Okay, well, could you just put it on my map? Okay, go back to your history. South. Let's go. We are just flying. How fast we're moving. We're like sprinting through the town of Riyadh. Looking for a giant building that I assume would be a palace. Alright, you. Who are you? They call me Frinkern the servant. Well, Frinkern does whatever needs to be done. Whatever need doing. You need something doing? Frinkern will do it for you. Where is the palace? Historical swimsuit editions? Yeah. Pretty sure it's still south. We got further south to go. Okay, thanks, Frinkern. Okay. Is there like, if I look at my map, is there like a large building that we would look at and go, yeah, that's probably the palace? No, none of these look, I mean, maybe this. This looks sort of palatial. This is a large building with a courtyard, perhaps. That's probably another historian we just passed. That's a lamp. Hello. Who are you? This is Kissim, an interpreter. Recently hired to do translations for temples. Good to know. Where's the palace, please? Southeast of here, last time I checked. Do they move? The palace, oh, it's probably that. the thing that looks like a palace, guys? It's like a dragon fountain, right? Oh, it's a jester! Guys, is it Cicero? We found Cicero. Who are you? Hello, I'm Ravern. But then again, ultimately, aren't we all? I don't know what that means. What can I do for you? I don't know. I just wanted to stare at you. Okay. This has to be the palace, right? How do I get in there? Stuck on this lamppost. Okay, that's blocked. Alright, who designed this nonsense? Oh, it's a historian. Hello. Who are you? Oh, she's not a historian, sorry, she's a bodyguard, obviously. This is Fret Kernka, a bodyguard, one of the Queen's private bodyguards. Okay. I don't want to sound paranoid, but I'm convinced that our queen has been possessed by the devil. Holy smokes. Sophie, thank you very much for that reminder to hydrate and to fix my posture. I thought my posture wasn't too bad. Everybody hydrate. Are you drinking water, everybody? The weather is so, like, awful outside that it looks like it's nighttime here, and it is not. Tea? You're having tea? How's everybody doing the mug war standings? You guys winning yet? Who's in the lead? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like somebody might have taken the lead. I think we might have seen some movement on the standings today. I don't know. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh, Madish is still in the lead. Followed by Brandel, Karma, Sophie, and Joss. Alright. Alright, well let's go see if the queen is possessed by the devil. Is this the palace entrance? Maybe this isn't actually a palace and I just assumed it was. Because it has, like, towers. Alright, where's the palace? Bodyguard. Oh, where'd the bodyguard go? She's moving. She's fast. Hi. Where's the palace? South of here. Ugh. For God's sake. What's this mug war? I'm so glad you asked. Mug wars. If you do ! Mug Wars, it will tell you some of the details, but the gist is this. For every minute that you're hanging out on my stream, regardless of whether or not you're lurking, if you're active in chat, if you're a follower, if you're subscribed, if you're neither. Neither? That's right. No matter what, every minute that you're here, you gain a mug point. Mug points will tell you how many you have. And the person with the greatest number of the mug points at the end of the month gets to choose the color of the mug emote for the following month. So if that's something you're interested in, hang out and get some mug points. I think it's goofy and I like it. Sort of in the same vein, for anybody who doesn't know, who wasn't here when I announced it twice already today, I've got new emotes. They'll be here today. They are here, I haven't implemented it yet. That's cute, yeah, it's fun. My new emotes showed up this morning. They were finished today. I just haven't had the time to get them all into my thing. I'm gonna replace the ones that are not used and I think I've got space for like 2 additional. I think. So there'll be some changes. And if you hate them, let me know. That person was moving. Okay, that's a wall. Let me go this way. How do I get out of here? I'm looking at this awful compound. West, south, Where's the palace? Lunacy says, I have elderberry, mullein tea. I was looking at mugwort and lotus flower teas. I don't know anything about those. I don't know anything about those. I feel like I've had elderberry, like as like a syrup or something on top of a cocktail. All right, for real, how do I get south of there? Like, is there a path? Like, is this whole wall the palace? That doesn't seem right to me. It's a cactus. Is this the palace? Oh, hello. It is unusually warm for the autumn in Riyadh, but the audience chamber of Queen Blablanca Queen Blablanca reflects little of the sun's heat outside. Well, is that good or bad? Thank you, Stuttery. I am here to speak with Queen Blablanca. Elderberry is good for immune system, if I recall correctly, and mullein is for lung health. Oh. So you're sort of like an alchemist, is what I'm hearing. That's how I'm choosing to interpret this. Hi, Queen Blablanca. Blah blah blah. It's Wonder Woman, guys. This is Wonder Woman, right? Am I wrong? Okay. Whoa! Welcome to Riyadh, Juniper. I am Queen Blablanca. And I agree to tell you about Fang Lair for a favor. You see, not too long ago, a band of goblins, led by Golthog the Dark, attacked this stronghold. They carried away with them much treasure, including a parchment, which held within its writings clues to decipher the part of the Elder Scrolls which spoke of the location of the legendary Fang Lair. Golthog and his goblins fled to an ancient and ruined fortress called Stonekeep, outside the city. I fear that a large band of mercenaries or soldiers will be unable to find them. A single person, however, would be much more successful. Perhaps your arrival is fortuitous. If you would agree to try and recover this parchment, I will inscribe the location of the Stonekeep onto your map. If you are successful in return with the parchment, I will be able to decipher the location of Fang Lair. I promise to give you that location as reward for your help. Do you agree? I mean, is there any situation in which we would not agree to this? Like, can we just get the information for somebody else? It just seems to me that we do this, right? All in the name? Blablanca or Lunacy Hallucinator? I'm out of coffee, you guys. Actually, there's just one small sip left. And it's cold. It's cold coffee, guys. That's not pleasant. We got a whole. We got two sampler packs of coffee from this. I don't know. Coffee roaster that I'd never heard of before in Florida. It was shipped to us by George's mom. It was like a gift, right? It didn't have a gift receipt or anything. It didn't have her name on it or anything. It just showed up. We were like, oh, okay. You have to do these in order to get the approval of royalty, if I recall correctly. All right, well, let's do this, guys. We are going to Stonekeep. I am in the palace, yeah. Talking to Wonder Woman, Queen Blablanca. Excellent. Stonekeep lies near Riyadh. Be careful. Golthog is crafty and evil. It is even rumored that he is a necromancer serving the Underking. When you have that parchment, return with it here, and I will find out the location of Fang Lair for you. Queen Blablanca. Oh, why can't I say? Could they not have chosen a name that's pronounceable? Queen Blablanca smiles broadly and motions for you to take your leave. I assume motions is like, psh, get out, like that's, what else would you, what's a motion for taking leave? You know, scoot? Thank you. Adios. Get out of here. Skedaddle. Alright, we're gonna skedaddle to Stonekeep, guys. She flipped me the bird. That must have been it. She's like, get out of here. And then... Look, it's Cicero again. I'm very uncomfortable by how often Cicero is appearing behind me. I think we're in trouble. I save again, because I was told to save every 3 minutes. I'm joking. But I do think we should save again. And then we have to... Let's see. How do I find the gates to Rehad? I assume we go into the wilderness first. So we just go straight north and exit out here. We'll be in the wilderness, and then if we open the map, it'll show us where Stonekeep is. I think we're as good as we're going to get in terms of, like, preparedness for this. Because we have armor, we have potions. I think we're at full health, right? Yeah, we do have a little bit of stamina depleted, but I think that's okay. Somebody stop me if I'm doing something reckless and ridiculous, but otherwise I think we're going to go. Is that for real Cicero? No, it's just some random jester. It's creepy, right? Look at everybody wearing swimsuits. Everybody's wearing swimsuits here. I feel overdressed. Oh well, he's Cicero now. Yeah, totally. I do feel like we're walking very fast. But then again, so is everybody else. Is this the exit? What is this? This little path. Where does this go? Let me out. This feels suspicious. Alright, well... Okay, I think this is the actual gate. Alright, cool. We did it, guys. We're in the outside world. Let's go find this goblin. Can I zoom further out? She said she'd mark it on my map. So we're here. Oh, we just can do this. It's gonna take 3 days to get there. Let's do it. We're gonna do it, guys. Bienvenidos, Stonekeep. Can I save here? I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna call it Stonekeep. Sorry, can't see my keyboard. Uh-oh. There we go. Get my weapon out. Weapon at the ready. A few test swings in. And just to remind you guys, here's what we're doing here. They don't tell us. We're here to kill a goblin and find a parchment piece so that the Queen Blanca will tell us, can, like, decipher this parchment and tell us where Fang Lair is. So basically, we're doing a dungeon so we can do a dungeon. A cracked sign shrouded in dust reads, "Welcome to Stonekeep. Surrender all weapons to the guards, for we are the keepers of the peace." What? No? What's this? I feel like we don't surrender weapons here. I feel like that's a bad plan. Because this place was infested by goblins, wasn't it? Also, I hear a rat, and there's a skeleton on the ground. Stop it! Look, it's a skeleton, guys. Where is the other rat? I heard a rat. I can't pilfer the skeleton? I'll pilfer the rat. The rat has nothing. Useless. Watch out, sometimes the parchment can glitch and the queen won't recognize you. Got it? Have extra saves? Okay. That's good to know. Should I save before collecting it? I feel like a door just opened. Was that a door that just opened? This rat opened the door. Hey, treasure. Lots of treasure. Potion, steel helm? Yeah, I don't even have a helm. Now I have a free steel helm. Gold, potion, I'll take all this stuff. I just want to make sure that I don't get over encumbered here. I feel like it's getting louder wherever it is. Let's put on some gear. Does this pause while I'm doing this? There we go. That's a look. I love it. I love it. This is just random potions. Why is it just random potion? Also make sure if you didn't overwrite it to keep the save before you got the quest. Could be bad. Okay. I think I still have- actually I don't know if I still have the quest. Or I don't know if I might have overwritten it already. But worst case scenario, we'll just start the game again. Most likely it won't, but just to be sure. Maybe I don't overwrite my saves, I just keep coming up with new saves. And then if I have a million saves, it's fine. It's just like a parade of skeevers. I don't really know where I'm meant to be going, so I'm just gonna keep wandering. Whoa! Excuse you? Where did you guys come from? Nothing, nothing. But you. Nothing. Useless. Useless goblins. Cider, you okay, little girl? Cider, my dog Cider is sliding off my lap. Sliding off my lap. You okay, Cider? I think I'm gonna run my dog outside real fast, so I'll be right back. Yeah, just give me a couple minutes. I'll see you guys in a few. Stretch your legs, get some water, all that good stuff. Thank you. Hey guys, welcome back. Welcome back from the break. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you guys for hanging out with me while I play a new game today. I'm probably going to play for another hour and some change. Trying to go to about 5:15, somewhere in there. Eastern time. Cider did not want to go outside. It is like, there's like a deluge outside. It is very, very rainy and wet. She was like, I'm good. I'm good. I think she just wanted to move. Thank you, Stutter. I appreciate that. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I just want to get my... Got 2 dogs. And they are both looking at me like they want something, so I just want to make sure I've got everything situated so that they are good to go, so that I can play an uninterrupted game. Tyler, come here. Alright, maybe not. They'll probably jump up on me in a minute. Alright. Back to the game. Back to Stonekeep, I think it is. Alright. What's that? Oh, it's a fountain. It's like a red stain next to the fountain. I think that's a little bit sketch. What's that noise? Well, while I'm exploring, I tell you guys what we got going on this week. On this stream, I'm doing Arena today, tomorrow, Tuesday. On Wednesday, I am... Is there another guy? I am playing, on Wednesdays I do Skyrim Permadeath. Well, that was something, wasn't it? Skyrim Permadeath on Wednesday. And then I have a kind of a bonus random stream on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern time, so it's quite different. I usually play at noon Eastern, but on Friday I'm going to be playing American Truck Simulator with Sassy Penny TV, so that'll be a co-stream. It'll be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. 12 gold, heck yeah! Give me that gold. All right. And then we'll be back to Arena again, assuming there's more of it. I have to feel like this is going to take more than 3 days of stream time. But, if it doesn't for some reason, I'll switch back to my Skyrim playthrough. But if it does take more than 3 days, I will, my next stream after Friday will be Sunday. I usually stream Sundays through Wednesdays. Will I be hosting a convoy in ATS? So Sassy Penny is hosting, I believe. And because she's played a little bit, I'm sort of putting her in charge. Do you play that game, Spurgeon? I've only played, I was gonna say I never played it before, but that's not true. I've played like 19 minutes of it or something. Years ago. I think that door, we should go through that door. I like to not miss things. I kind of want to finish exploring before we go into new areas. 24 gold, heck yeah, and a buckler. Give me that. I guess I don't need a buckler, though. I have a kite shield. I don't know what I'm thinking. Save. We have cider in the chair. Why are we wearing office pumps? That's a fantastic question. Good to see you, by the way. That's all we have. We haven't been able to afford more than that. This is early game still, so we prioritize the chest and legs. We literally just found the helm. I needed some gauntlets, I think. Probably too. Take that staff. I see a goblin. Or maybe not. Maybe that was just in response to me clicking on that. How are you today, by the way? You do? You got a... Spritcher says, I do. I've got a few garages and my drivers generate a bit of money. No large garages yet. Well, it sounds like you're a pro. You're a pro. I don't know how to... I don't know any of that stuff. Clearly you like the game. Do you have any advice? Any advice? Okay, a door just opened. Some rats just opened a door. As, you know, they do. What's in here? More doors? Ah! Holy smokes, what is that?
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he wills. It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from within. Goodbye. I wish you peace in the afterworld.
Thanks, Mariah. You're fabulous. I'm glad. I'm having a really good day. I'm having so much fun playing Arena. I've been wanting to play it, and I'm enjoying it. It's not like games I usually play, but I'm enjoying it. Frickin' rats with their opposable thumbs. I know, right? I know. Spurget, how often do you play ATS? VR and a steering wheel? Oh my god. Don't be afraid to take out bank loans to start. Hazardous cargo skills are the best for you. Okay. So I don't think we're not planning on playing like a long-term campaign of it, if you will. I think it's just a single night of some silliness. So my goal is just to not kill anybody. Not nearly as much as you play ESO? That's fair. At what point do I take a healing potion? Like, should I wait till my health is maybe at like this next tier down? And can I take a healing potion mid-combat? Can I hotkey it? Do I have what does my thing say? Again, my key bindings. I've got things like slide to the left and slide to the right. We're doing the cha-cha slide. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Everybody clap your hands. I see quick cast. I don't see anything for character damage. Compass. You guys gonna have that stuck in your head now? Because it's gonna be stuck in mine. It is limited? Yeah. Alright. It's fine. What is this? I'm sorry, could you not? Is that the sound a wolf makes? Has Todd Howard never seen a wolf? Todd Howard strikes me as the kind of guy that has the wolf t-shirts. So I feel like he would know what a wolf sounds like. But I don't know. I'm gonna take a health potion. I think that's the way to go here. It can't be equipped. How do I take it? Do I right click? One use left. Okay, yeah, can I use it please? How do I use it? Oh, G? Ah, there we go. Okay, so not perfect, but better than nothing. I thought perhaps these glowy things were something important. Remain screen type U for use. I think that changed with the key binding mod that I have, but thank you, because the sorry, I've got some, I printed this off because I'm a nerd, but it has like the different key bindings on it, and U isn't one of the things, but G says use, so I think it was moved. Thank you. I can give it a try though. Welcome in, by the way. Can you tell that I don't know what I'm doing? God Tower, the Emperor of Nirn. Yeah, you know. I'm gonna save it. Because I'm already here, may as well, right? Alright, I want to see if the wolf has anything on it. Nothing. How about this dead skeleton? It looks like there's a like a sword sticking out of this guy's torso. Can I not take it? Let me see if U does anything. U does work. U does work. That's actually easier to remember. Thank you for that. Okay, I hear the rats. Where are you, rat? Probably in this door. Yep, they're coming. They've opened the door. Come at me, rats. I'm ready for you. I keep hearing them. I'm just gonna flail about. That was awful. Hey, we found some loot, though. I'd like to be able to sleep somewhere in here. Yeah, you have buttons for enchanted items and spells, no individual item / bell. I'm sorry, bell. Spell mapping, okay. It's too bad. Why is this place such a maze? Maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. It's back into that room again. Okay, so it's not a different room, it's the same room. Let's kill a wolf. There should be a wolf in here, right? Oh my god, there's a bunch of wolves! Why are there so many wolves?
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he will. It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from within.
Yeah, likewise. I like how we've given up on Rip for the day. It's just understood that I'm gonna die a lot. Stonekeep is creepy as you go deeper. The restored content Stonekeep mod is crazy good. What does it add? Am I making a mistake by trying to fight these wolves? Potion of healing, potion of healing. Alright, well that... Oh no, I hear another one. Hey O'Malley, how are you? Welcome in. How are you today? I see a wolf? Where? Is there another wolf in there? I'm gonna hear this in my nightmares, guys. Ah! Gained a level of experience. Arena, I know, right? Hey, Britt, how are you? Oh my gosh, what is this? Britt, this is Arena. This is the original Elder Scrolls games. It came out in 1994. You doing pretty good? How am I doing today? I'm okay. I'm having a lot of fun playing this. I'm not very good at it, but I'm very much enjoying it. It's different, you know? The bad old days. You're enjoying your lazy Sunday? I love that for you. I love that for you. It's rainy here. I don't know if it's rainy there, but I think when it's rainy, it just makes me feel like I just want to be cozy, you know? Just want to be cozy. And I got a blanket. Got the heat on. I've got all of you keeping me company. I've got this lovely cozy game, right? I got 6 points to spend. Does this, when I level up, does my health go back all the way up? It says it's at 73 out of 73, so that's good, right? Does my health, do any of these improve my, endurance gives you more health, right? Let me do more endurance. I'll put 5 more in endurance. That increased my fatigue. Maybe that's not what I want. Lunacy says, Stonekeep was supposed to be much larger, but the map was cut. It also suggests that dungeons were meant to be much larger in general, but scaled down probably from memory constraints. That makes sense. Today's been very cloudy. It was raining in the morning, though. Nice. Don't mind a cloudy day. Apparently, it's perpetually cloudy in Tamriel in this game. Every time you go outside and then you go into an inn, it's like you escape the overcast day by going inside. Something like that. Nazgul Wraith says, I can't believe this is an Elder Scrolls games. Jeez, but I'm good. How be you? I be good. Thanks for asking. Let's put some more points into strength. Very old Elder Scroll game indeed. Yeah, 1994. 1994. I'll put a few more points into agility. That might help us avoid some attacks. How does that look? +2 to defend. Increasing endurance helps you gain more hit points as you level up. Helps you heal faster when you sleep. Okay. I thought there was a reason we were putting points in endurance. Alright. But it's only every 5 levels, right? That's what Jordan was saying earlier. We take some points out of this. Put 5 in endurance like I tried to do at the beginning, and then thought second guessed it, because I was seeing what I was doing is I was seeing fatigue increase, but I wasn't seeing health, and I was like, hang on a minute, maybe I'm thinking this wrong. Health and fatigue are endurance. Okay, that's cool. Endurance it is. Thank you very much. You were 3 then? I was 6. Getting close to 30 years old this game soon, that's something. Think about this. So it was 17 years since this game was released, right? It's been how many years? 12 years since Skyrim was released? So if it takes 5 more years for the Elder Scrolls franchise to get its sixth game, well, not game, I guess that's wrong, right? Because he had all those other games like Redguard and whatever. But if it takes 6 more years for Elder Scrolls 6 to come out, I'm sorry, 5 more years for Elder Scrolls 6 to come out, it'll be the exact same length of time as it took Bethesda to release Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. To get one game out. Which I find a little bit annoying. It just works. Exactly, Mantis. How are you today? Good to see you. Good to see you. Alright, I'm happy with this. Did I just die right away? Am I under attack? What just happened? You were born when Morrowind was released in 2002? That's interesting. I do want to, if it's okay guys, I would kind of like to move away a little bit from talking about exact years and ages, just because I don't want to have to. Twitch doesn't allow anybody 13 or under to be here, and I don't want to have to do the math every time and make sure that I don't have to ban somebody. So I just want to, just for the sake of keeping that. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Unless you're going way over and it's very easy math for me. But frankly, I mean, I was in high school in the early 2000s, and so it was weird to me, it's weird to me anytime somebody says they were born around the same time I was in high school. I had to think about, how young are they in reality? Because after you graduate from high school, everybody born after that just seems like they're going to be a baby no matter what, and that's not true because time passes, of course, and I get older, of course, but it's harder for me to do the math automatically, if that makes sense. Like, I still think the 90s was like 2 decades ago, and it wasn't. Can't ban me, I'm old. Fair enough, crazy uncle. Good to see you, by the way. Have to cut me in half, count the rings for an accurate age anyway. Well, I'm not gonna do that to you. That seems violent. I'm gonna save this game. Because we did... Oh, no, I'm not gonna save... Oh. I'm gonna save the game because we leveled up. And I'm just gonna save it here. And I'm gonna have a couple extra saves in case something gets corrupted. It's so weird to type with Alt and Shift because of the changes to this thing. Look at the map real fast. If you think about it this way, anyone under 13 will be born after 2010. That's true, at least for now. That's the problem, because it's gonna, you know, again, time. But you're right. You're right for now. I guess we should just go, like, we should go down, like, to this area, right? We haven't explored all of this. Now let me go. I want to explore. Go this way. This is how I get killed, because I'm like, I want to explore everything. I hear rats. I would like to take a nap if I can, and I was hoping that... leveling up was going to give me more hit points back, but I guess it didn't. I don't think Todd worked on Arena. I think he started with Daggerfall. Oh, really? Okay. I didn't know that. Where's this rat? Why can't I see across a room? They must be in here. Oh, hello. Here's a place I can sleep, I think, right? I just kill this rat. I kill this rat. I'll take this treasure. I'll take a little nap on that bed. Gold, potion, plate cuirass, plate helm. The item will encumber me. Okay. Let's get up here. And let's look at what I have here. This gives you OG Doom vibes. You're not the first person to say that. Okay, we're gonna switch to the steel helm. Oh, we already had that. Okay. I'm gonna drop the buckler. There's no room to drop. Okay, well, hang on. Let's take a nap, if we can. And get our health back. Until fully healed. I don't know how much time is passing. 20 hours. 20 hours passed. Funny how all the other games have rats and Skyrim's just are like, yep, they're skeevers. Maybe the Nords just call them skeevers. Maybe it's just like a nickname for them. What's in here? Can I not pilfer this? I thought this was like a wardrobe. Is there nothing here I can take? I like how it moves with me. Okay, so I have equipped plate greaves, plate cuirass. I've got a spare plate cuirass, I guess. Do I have any shoes? 20 hours? I know, nice little sleep. Our first rest of the game, we slept for 37 hours. Which is wild to me. I'm gonna drop the dagger. Cider, stop it. Yes, I wish to drop the dagger. Where in Tamriel is this game set? I can't remember. It's basically all of Tamriel, right? Currently we're in Hammerfell. But we started in Cyrodiil, and then we were in High Rock for a minute. So it's like all over the place. It's the portal to Narnia? That makes sense. Is there any way to tell what type of potions these are until I just drink them blindly? Potion, 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 lots of potions. Okay. Cool indeed, I think so. I'm gonna save again. After my little nap. That door just opened. Oh my god, what the heck is this? I don't like that at all. Am I attacking him through a wall? That worked. What was that? The Minotaur. It's a Minotaur. Of course it is. The door just opened. I don't know which door it was. I'm afraid. Maybe that one just closed. Let me just stand in this corner here for a second and look at the map. Oh, alright, there's so many rooms. Alright, we're just gonna go... Let's look in the next room. An old faded sign reads, "The king and palace are lost. We, the last survivors of the court of Stonekeep, are heading south through the goblins' caves." Okay. I want a game called Elder Scrolls Tamriel where it's fully open world and you can explore every province fully. I mean, Elder Scrolls Online lets you do a lot of that. But I hear what you're saying. I would prefer a single player game that lets you do that too. I forgot the older two games are like you can go anywhere. Yeah. We go in here now? If I can, or is that just the same door? Get ready to fight, you guys. There's a pool of water. Nothing in here. You are likely to be eaten by a grue. What is a grue? The game file will be massive. Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. To be fair, the file for Elder Scrolls Online is massive, so... Alright, where's that rat? Gotcha. Gotcha. Do I sleep again? Should I just keep sleeping? I may as well, right? Get my health back up since I'm right here. Seems silly not to. Have I been this way yet? Okay. I don't think we have been in there yet. It's a song about old school dungeon crawlers. A grue is the thing they eat you. Oh, okay. I don't know that one. That would be too massive, maybe causing problems if there was too many NPCs in all the regions or lands of Tamriel. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, yeah. Oh, it's from the old text adventure Zork. I've never played that. Do you guys have favorite games from this period? Other than, obviously, Arena and, I guess, Doom? Talking Doom a minute ago. Hello, more treasure. Give me that treasure, please. I'm gonna leave the plate because I don't think I have the space in my inventory. I'm not strong enough. Alright, we're back to the center room here. Doom all the way. I don't think I've actually played Doom. I might have played like a few minutes of it. We're gonna go straight across the hall and explore this side, which I feel like probably just mirrors this side, right? We did fight a wolf in here, didn't we already? How deep is this room? I hate this. It's dark. Did they not put some lamps on? No treasure in here, just a bed. It's like Morthal. Not Morthal, Markarth. This lock would be a good challenge. I have to break a lock to get in here? I heard a door open. Oh, maybe it was just the last door closing. How do I break a lock? Or how do I get into there? Can I pick a lock? This room's empty, right? Yeah. I think Skyrim has that issue if you add too many mods, it adds a lot of NPCs. Yeah, that's true. Castle Wolfenstein. I haven't played that. There was a remake, wasn't there? Like a recent game with Wolfenstein something or other? That's Nazis, right? Open. Oh. What is this place? It's like an extra special room? Huh. It's a secret room, guys. I like a lot of DOS games, the most consider unplayable today. Okay. I liked Oddworld, but that game was 97, so this game is still older. I don't know Oddworld. I can't even say it for some reason. Oddworld. What's the blindness effect? You versus the Third Reich in the remake? Okay. Or in general. What is this place? I feel like this is a super... Ah! Heck no! I'm sorry! What?
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he will. It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from within. Goodbye. I wish you peace in the afterworld.
Well, much for that. Oh, it's from Minecraft? It makes everything very dark? Oh, okay. I don't play Minecraft. I've never played it. The skeleton... Squizod? I don't know what that means. Oh, squad? Maybe just squad? Skeleton squad is brutal in Stonekeep? Yeah. Seems like it. The death scene. Don't you love it? It's great. It has, she wears these, like, a shirt that kind of, like, waves in the wind. It's goofy. I think Stonekeep 2 was the last one I saved, right? Uh-oh. Oh, right, we got the Minotaur. My god. Nothing. We're gonna sleep again and get our health back. Gotta enable your 2023 badge. There you go. I see you got it. She's supposed to be a ghost. Oh, yeah. Rhea, the lady in the death scene. Yeah. The antagonist, Jagar Tharn, who is a mage in the Imperial Court who has betrayed the Emperor and kind of is pretending to be him, an imposter, sort of. Killed her when she was gonna go tattle on him. And then... now she's given us visions and aid to save the Emperor. That's our task, is to save the Emperor. I thought I didn't get that badge for a moment. You just gotta equip it. Hello. Gold. Leave that alone. Thus began the saga of the Elder Scrolls, indeed. Indeed. I'm gonna save before I go through this door. I don't have to do that again. My top 2 channels were both modded Skyrim streamers. Mine was Maddish Moose, one of our mods here. I also had... I posted my recap in the Discord. You guys can check it out if you want. But I think it was Maddish Moose, Brandel Savage, Karma Jockey, and Berezovsky, I think were my top 4. And I don't remember which order. I remember Maddish was first. Which doesn't surprise me, because he streams 5 nights a week and I'm pretty much always there. I just realized there was also one where you can check out your stats as a streamer and not just as a viewer. I think it tells you who, like, your top whomever, like, number of chatters are and stuff like that too. Most popular emotes and stuff, which, by the way, you missed my announcement earlier, we got some new emotes incoming today. They will be uploaded sometime tonight at the end of the stream. Not immediately after the stream, 'cause probably after dinner. Probably after dinner. I do want to eat. Alright. Save here, too. I'm saving quite a bit. Those creaky doors and the drum beat, it reminds me of visits to my grandma's house. Keep a lookout for ladies that look like wolves. Okay, I will do that. Oh boy. Thought I had that too. It was really cool they added that. The little badge thing, it is cool. You definitely want to be in the top 10 loudmouths. Just gotta keep talking, I guess. Chat a lot. I don't know how they calculate. Well, I guess they just count it, right? Alright. Let's see if I go this way, if I can avoid the skeletons. Okay, I can't. So we have a bunch of skeletons incoming, presumably. We get one at a time. That's ideal. Why can't I hit him? Holy smokes! That was a lot. Look at my health bar. Well, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to go back through here and I'm going to rest. I'm going to sleep in here. Instead of using my last healing potion. I can't camp. Enemies are nearby. Come on, help me. Who's the most active members, more or less? Good look at it. Did you guys see that there was like a little game you could play too with the year in recap or whatever? It's like a platformer, side scroller sort of thing. You're supposed to jump and get all the stuff. I'm so bad at games like that. I've never been good at games like those. He's Bruce Lee, dodging every hit. He's got a heck of a lot of agility, apparently. Something with a goat. Yeah, and you guys get the emote, too. There's a goat emote. Let me see if I can find it. It's like, no. Here we go. Goat emoji, it says. There you go. I think everybody gets that. I think. Pretty cool. I don't know when I would use it. But then again, I don't know when to do most emotes. I've got my favorites I always use, and that's just what I use. Okay, so problem is we can't save because enemies are nearby. But I don't want to waste my potion. You just use random potions? What if it's something that... Can any of the potions hurt me? Okay, it just says potion. I don't know what it did. That turned the background blue. Oh, emotes, not potions. Oh, ha! Right click on the potion. Alright, well. This is just what we're doing. Right click on my inventory. I think it's too late unless I resave or reload, and I'm just gonna go with it for right now. I took something that's making this happen. Do I have a status effects thing? Does it tell me what sort of status effects are torturing me right now? I did something wrong. I'm basically just drinking random stuff. I have a potion of levitation. Is that going to help me against the skeletons? This doesn't seem like a good idea. Please die! Did he die? Where'd he go? You think I'm levitating? Does that mean I can't land a hit? Because I don't think I landed a single one of those hits. Thank you. It won't help? Well. Can I hit that guy? I've got no more potions. I need a potion of being grounded. Need a grounding potion. In what circumstance would levitation be useful? Because this just seems annoying. Can I just levitate across this water here? I can? Alright, let's go this way. Look at us go! What is this? Oh no! Well, I died.
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he will.
It's all good.
It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from
Booze?
within. Goodbye. I wish you peace
Maybe.
in the afterworld.
Maybe. Elevated to a new plane of existence where your attacks don't land. I mean, apparently. Oh well. Alright. This is before I drank every potion in my inventory. It was suggested that if I go to my inventory and right-click on a potion, maybe I can learn something from it. You see a bottle of dead insects and hair suspended in a thick, clear liquid. Oh, yum. You see a flask of gelatinous liquid. Guys, this does not sound appealing. I'm gonna leave those alone. I think we've learned that each of the potions in my like none of them do anything useful here. Cannot attack enemies from water, and the water will kill you from fatigue loss. Will levitating it kill me from fatigue loss? Like if I'm levitating too much? I don't even know if I need to go this way. I thought perhaps I was meant to go this way. But we came across this little room and I kind of want to explore it, but now I'm wondering how far this goes because it seems like I have quite a lot. Like it opens to a big open space. We still have these rooms to explore. Maybe I'll explore those rooms first and come back to the skeleton. I can't get in that one room at all because it's locked. And I don't know where the key is. And I don't know how to pick locks. This is another locked door. How many locked doors are there? There's a lot of locked doors on this side. So 1, 2, 3 at least. Is this one locked? I don't think I've been in here yet. This one's open. Hey, maybe there's some keys in here. No, we got another potion though. And a mace. Oh, I can't take the mace. It's too much. Too heavy. Too heavy for Juniper. Let's go this way. I am gonna save again since I explored that whole little area and it was a lot of progress. I guess I'm save scumming. Takes a while to die from swimming, but there's a few main quest spots that will kill you if you're low of fatigue. Okay. It's good to know. Alright, so nothing here. We've discovered we cannot stealth, right? There's no stealth. I can't crouch or hide. I just have to face these skeletons. Oh my god, it's oh, no, it's 3. We're running. Get me out of here! Will they come after me? Will they chase me? Why can't I move? There's 3 skeletons, guys. They're all right there. How am I supposed to survive that? Do we come back to this? Let's go this way. We can come back to this. Let's go the other direction. Back to the main hall. We haven't been this way. Let's go explore this direction. I thought this statue was a creature, and I was concerned. I was afraid. What is this? It's a fountain with... I mean, it just seems weird to me that there's 2 little statues. What is that? Do you guys hear drums beating? We're gonna be attacked by goblins? The beating drums of goblins. There's definitely something somewhere. I can't see it. Is it following me? They don't do a very good job of making it so you can tell what direction the sounds are coming from. You sort of have to keep looking around. Maybe it's a bard with the drum? That seems likely. Maybe it's the bard from the tavern who's maybe still mad at us. Because we interrupted him and now he's come to murder us. Is there nothing in here? What is trying to kill me right now? Alright, you guys hear that, right? It's probably Cicero. Being creepy. Hey Pickles, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for checking out Arena and hanging out here. Okay, there's something. Maybe it's just... It's locked. Ah! It could be spawned inside the wall. It's Arena. Oh boy. Well, at least we learned that we can break through walls or break through doors. Goblin has nothing. Useless. Oh my god, there's so much more. What is this? Ah! Why are there so many goblins here? I guess they did say that the goblins had taken over the keep, right? We have to find the parchment. There's a lot of doors here. I'm afraid to start opening doors just yet. Doors are opening. I'm just gonna go. What's in here? Ah! Rat. Good, thanks. My cousin's birthday party. Be visiting my grandma later. Busy day, but happy to catch some of my stream. Well, thank you. I'm happy that you could be here. And I hope you had a good time at your cousin's birthday and that you are able to enjoy your time with your Ah! Run! Your grandma! Your grandma! The heck are those? Nope, 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 nope. How do I get out of here? Get me out of here. Nope, nope, no.
With you died our last hope for justice. Tharn is now free to do as he wills. It saddens me.
Sorry that I
the
screamed
beautiful
when I
land
said
of
your
Tamriel
grandma.
rotting from within. Goodbye. I wish you peace in the afterworld.
It's so dark in the game. It is kind of dark, isn't it? What do you do? Thanks, Mally. Loading the game. Okay, so we're all the way back here. That's okay. Because we know where we're going. And it's really not actually all that far. It just seems like it's a little bit. You move so fast, don't you? Maybe that's what we were hearing. We were hearing the grunting noises of those guys on the other side of the, in that room. Failure. Yeah. Looks like a very dungeon crawler game indeed. It sure is. It sure is. I don't mind it. I don't play a lot of these games, so it's kind of fun to do something different, you know? And it is in the Elder Scrolls series, and I appreciate getting to learn a little bit more, perhaps, of the lore, at least anything they haven't retconned. Okay. What is this? A little strange. I feel like we're in a duct. Ah! Can we kill this guy? This guy seems like he's a problem. We actually did okay against him. An old faded sign reads, "The king and the palace are lost. We, the last survivors, did something." I think they went to the south. We've seen that sign before. I can still hear something. I always get a feeling when you're one-shotting an enemy. Yeah, I don't know if that counts as one-shotting in this case, but we killed him. We didn't die, so I'm happy about that. Hey, and we leveled up. That's nice. Now we're level 5. Level 5, you guys. I want to put a couple more points into agility, I think. To help me dodge. Dodge better. Cedric says, I know I've been mostly lurking, but thanks to the stream and Liz, got to be off. Looking forward to the next stream. Cedric, thank you so much for hanging out. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate you bringing some knowledge about the game to help out a bit. I'll be playing this game again tomorrow at noon Eastern time, and I'm only going to be playing this for another, half an hour or so you probably won't miss too much. So hopefully I'll catch you tomorrow if it suits you, if it works for you. But thank you again. I appreciate you being here. Good to meet you. Mally says, I was talking about the goblins before. Those armored orcs look... Yeah. Those goblins are actually easier than I remember. Because I remember the first time I tried playing this game a couple months ago, I was in the beginner dungeon. Because you start in a dungeon, right? You're like in a jail that you have to escape from. And there were goblins in there, and they were killing me all over the place. But it took me a long time to learn how to actually attack. Because you have to hold the right mouse button and move your mouse around. Because that's intuitive. I think I'm gonna save by the kettle. Is this a kitchen? Or like there's a block of knives? Once you get used to it, it's awesome in my opinion. I believe you. I mean, I really am having fun. I hope you guys can tell that I'm enjoying myself, because I truly am. Even though I'm dying, every few steps or so, I'm having fun. Got some barrels. Can we search the barrels, maybe? I just want to clear the room to make sure there's nothing that's going to attack me in here. Can't search this. Okay. How about these? Can I just break them? No. Okay, so I can't seem to do anything in here, but I can heal. I like that I don't have to eat. Like, there's no concern about being hungry or something. Like, it's okay to take 3 steps and sleep for 7 hours. Bit complicated to attack in the game. It's just different. It's just different. It's different than what I'm used to, but I don't mind it. It just takes some getting used to. That's all it is. It's all muscle memory, right? Although, who knows how ridiculous it's going to be on Wednesday when I switch back to Skyrim for the day. Like, if I'm going to remember how to do anything, you know? Whoa! What shape room is this? This is bizarre. What is that sound? I'm trying to loot, but I'm afraid that if I spend too much time... Oh, these are orcs, guys. In case you were wondering, these are orcs. 30 gold. I don't want that. Kersplat. I'll take a... What is a mark? I'll take it. Uh-oh. I don't know what I did. Can I sleep right here in the middle of this table? I guess so. Until some enemies showed up. Now I'm being chased by... Hey, I got goblins on all sides. Come at me, goblin. It's an enchanted item. Check it in my inventory. It could be good. Okay. If I look at my inventory, it does pause, right? Like the game is paused right now. Let's have a look-see. A mark. It just says 11 charges left. I don't know what that does. But it'll do it 11 times. Guys, drink water. Don't forget to drink water. Stretch. Do all that good stuff. Guess I'll have to use it to find out. Okay. I kind of want to find somewhere else to rest again. Get some health points back. Hit points. Do you guys when you guys see HP, do you say health points or hit points? Because I feel like I just say HP for so long that I don't even know what it stands for anymore, because they're synonymous to me. You know? Sleep on the table. Great, I'm healed. Not very good at telling what the items actually do in the game, it seems. Yeah. Hit points is OG though. It's HP for me. Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like Pickles, I'm right there with you. Is I just say HP, but sometimes I like to I found that since I started streaming, I like to actually say the words more than just use you know, initialisms. But I don't know why that is. And I think it's led me to wonder more about what the why can I go up there somehow? Oh. I don't know how to do that. Sometimes health points, sometimes hit points, I mix it up. I hear ya. Wait, is this the room we were just in? At the table? I think so. Let me just look at my map again. Okay. So we were in there, and we've been through there. The mark, you could take it to a mage. The mage's skill to identify it. Okay, cool. Well, let's make a point of doing that when we get back to Rihad or wherever. I'm sure there's a mage's guild in Rihad. We haven't fully explored that city yet, so... I have to imagine there is, though. I know there's one in whatever the town is they spat us out in. Starts with a J up in High Rock. But, I don't know. I guess I can go left there and see what's in this area? O'Malley says, I'm looking forward to more RDR2 tomorrow. Missed Arthur Morgan yet. Yeah, I'm glad you're really enjoying Red Dead Redemption. It's been a minute since I've played, but I always enjoy watching people play it. I'm glad you're still having fun! Is Keith still alive? Your horse, Keith? Oh, today. What time is it? You playing, today, too? This room and others nearby were offices at one time, but looting and decay have left them mere shells. Still, I kind of want to loot. What is this? This looks like a hookah pike or something. Yeah, thank you very much for that follow. Glad you're having a great day. Or glad you're having fun here. I hope you're having a great day. I know how words work. I don't actually know how words work. It's a problem. I've missed Arthur Morgan today, I meant. Oh, I see what you mean. Ah! Arthur. Oh, I think maybe this is the way we're meant to go. The quest. Because you didn't play today. That's right. I'm following now. You didn't play today. It's just your lazy Sunday, and you're looking forward to getting back to it. That's cool. How many hours into the game are you now? Because you've been playing for at least a week, right? Keith the horse, I think I said the horse's name is now Gregoria. Oh no, you sold it, that's fine. I'm glad it didn't die, like your last horse, whose name you also told me, but I can't remember now. Like we're just exploring other rooms. Exploring all the offices. All the looted rooms. Oh boy, hi Chaco. Chaco just walked into the room out of nowhere, and for reference, Chaco is my dog. One of my dogs. Out of nowhere, he comes into my room. He's been leaving me alone for at least an hour now. He just walks up and licks my foot and walked away. I don't know what that's about. But I wasn't expecting it. You're not sure, actually? Okay. Not sure how long you've been playing it for. What was the name of your first horse, though? That's gonna bug me. Thank you very much for that follow. I hope you're having a great day. See, I did it better that time. I did it better that time. And I mean it when I say that, by the way. I don't say that just because it's like what you usually, you know, I like wrote or something. I say it because I mean it. I do genuinely hope everyone's having a good day. And I appreciate you guys spending time here with me. As I try not to die. But we'll probably die. What's in here? Our office? It's the same sort of thing. One of these rooms, so all these rooms so far... Oh, hang on. There's like a book on the floor. This seems important. Can I not pick this up? I guess not. It's just a book. You see my clips in Vex stream? Oh, that's funny. Welcome in. Usually I'm playing Skyrim, as you probably... I'm sure most of the clips that Vec played were Skyrim, right? But I'm usually just dying a lot. 3 horses, want to get a 4th one though. That's a good first choice horse or second choice. Okay. I'm having fun playing something other than Skyrim. Although I am still playing Skyrim on Wednesdays. I'm doing permadeath Skyrim runs. I guess this is just like a bedroom. Oh, here's a secret place again. Okay, with that thing trying to kill me. Answer my question further up. Oh, I see. I think the horses I have now are Studs, Gregoria, and Gregoria the Second. Oh. Greg was a horse that was dead. Not sure I actually looked at it. Greg was a horse that's dead. Then you have Studs, Gregoria the Second. I love that you're committing to a theme with the Gregs, and Keith is just like a left-hand turn, which is that way. I went this way, but that's wrong. And Studs is also different. That's hilarious. I'm glad you're having fun. I don't want that. It says I see a goblin. Yep, there he is. Oh, and there's another one. Is there a 3rd one? They're gonna creep up behind me? I feel like maybe I'm going the right way since I'm now being killed or being attacked more often. Maybe this is the way I'm supposed to be going. I am sort of just winging it. I'm not being as thorough by opening every single door and checking my map every few feet. Problem is that I'm probably lost now. Going south. Maybe I can sleep in here. Get my health back. My health is actually not that bad though. Let's see where we're at. Heath was a downgrade horse that was no bueno. Ah, I'm sorry. So we went, there's quite a few rooms in here. I wish there were like a quest marker, like a, hey, dummy, go here, this is where the thing you need is. Although it's kind of fun. It's fun to look around and just see what you can find. Oh, enemies are nearby. Let's go in here. Still looking for enemies. Ah! There's an enemy. Hello. It's a big boy. That hurt. Can I rest now, maybe? No. You have to have a theme for the horses. I used to call all my horses in Skyrim Greg most of the times when you couldn't name them. Yeah. I think we voted that the name of my horse was Todd. But I don't really use the horse very often. I usually just wander around on foot because I prefer that. I think for Skyrim... Am I gonna die here? Somehow, no. I can sleep now, though. Now that that thing is dead. Okay, yeah. No, never mind. I don't like that sound. Did I die? I don't know. Potion of healing. I'm just gonna use that. Do a save here. Great name. I do the same thing most of the time. Just walk around Skyrim. Yeah. I find that if you're on a horse, you tend to miss a lot, you know? And I mean, to be fair, I know where most things are in Skyrim, although I would say there are still things I'm discovering for the first time. There are things in Skyrim I've never done. I just defeated Mirak for the very first time. Last week. I'm amused by this lock, alright. That was so funny. What an amusing lock, you guys. Oh, look at this! Now, let me just make sure there's nothing that's going to kill me. This chest is moldy as if it has been submerged in water before being brought here. Oh. Is there anything else in here that's going to jump out at me before I start looting? I just want to clear the room real fast. For safety's sake. Alright. But I like walking in Skyrim because it seems like you're more likely to find something. Chest opens. Heck yeah. Take that stuff. Hey, Potion Punch, how are you? We're playing Arena, which is the first Elder Scrolls game. I don't know if you're familiar with it. I know you're a big Skyrim player. Never played this? I'm enjoying it. It is, you know, basically a dungeon crawler and kind of goofy, but it is something. Can't camp, enemies are nearby. We're currently trying to retrieve a piece of parchment from a goblin that took over Stonekeep so that Queen Blabanka of Rihad will help us discover the location of Fang Lair, where there's a piece of a staff that I can use to get rid of the usurper Jagar Tharn, who's you know, he's pretending to be the Emperor. He's cast the Emperor into a different realm. Presumably Oblivion. I don't know though. That's the plot so far. We are playing as Juniper, the Breton Ranger. It's fun. I don't know if you ever play older games, but it's fun to do something different, you know? And this, actually, we played this one because we had a channel, a community channel. Oh no, it's the skeletons again. Run! Skeletons are tough. Back me into a corner. At least I can safely talk here. Although, is this a dead end? It's not trick door or something, right? Juniper, love the name. It was recommended by chat, actually. Glad to hear you're doing well, Potion Punch. Always nice to have you here. I hope you guys can't hear Choco chewing on this toy right next to me. It is super loud. Juniper Woodstar? Is that a reference to something? I don't know that. Okay. I think we have to go kill that skeleton. I think it might kill me first. But we had a community challenge. I think that's what Twitch calls them, where everybody in the community pooled their channel points because they wanted to see this played. And that's why we're here. I'm gonna die. Can I walk backwards while swimming? Oh my god, that worked somehow. Hang on. Emergency potion. Oh no. Oh no. What happened? Do I not have any healing potions? I don't. Okay. We gotta find somewhere I can rest. Can I rest? I can just rest here. I somehow gained a level of experience by walking into that corner. That was weird. Oh, that was your name for your Wood Elf character. Oh, no kidding. That's funny. The coincidence is funny. It's not a funny name. It's a good name. Okay, so I've got 6 points to spend. I'm gonna put 2 into here. And then I'm gonna put, I want to put a couple into agility. It's probably not meta, but I want to do that. And I'm gonna put a couple into... Guys, what does speed do again, other than just make you walk faster? Like, there's a reason you might want it. Does it help you swing your sword faster? I think I was told that strength and intelligence were the ones that I needed for my character. but I don't know if we want to put any more points. We were told not to put... People in chat specifically said that they wanted a dummy. No more intelligence. But we rolled 67, so we started with that. +2 to hit. Maybe I'll just put more into agility. See if I can change that. Let's just go with this for now. I'm happy with that. A friend of mine came up with a great name after I chose the name as well. Juniper Rose Aromica or something like that. I can't remember now. That's cool. I like crowdsourcing names. Everybody can get in on it. I really feel like my health should... Okay. I feel like my health should, go all the way back up to max when you level, but this is fine. Stop. Kill these guys. I'm gonna do a save, because I leveled. And then I'm actually gonna sleep again, if I can. Okay, that's fine. Oh boy, that's less fine. Dag nabbit. I know I should be sleeping on a raised platform, but I didn't see one, and I just thought, you know, if I sleep here, it's better than nothing. Because at least I'm in a corner. I am in, it's a strange place for a wall that doesn't go anywhere. A little hallway that leads to nothing. Chaco, I love you, baby boy. Do you need to be licking me? Guys, Chaco says hi. Chaco says hello. I need attention. I need so much attention. Hey, Chaco, say hi to Spridget. Say hi, Spridget. Hi, Spridget. Say hi to Brit. Hi, Brit. I think he's just... I don't know what he wants. Yeah. Oh, that's a cute emote. I love that. So I actually, I commissioned some more emotes. And some of the emotes that I have currently are going to change. But not all of them, but some of them. And my new emotes are Chaco and Cider. And they're cute. And I like them a lot, and I'm really excited about them. And I will be changing some of my emotes this evening. So watch out for those if you are somebody with emotes. Keep your eyes peeled. I know, I'm thrilled. They look really, really good. There's a couple that I'm going to get animated too, but I haven't done that yet, because you get the emotes made and then you have to get them animated. It's a whole separate thing. But that was one of the, that was actually also, as a result of the community, because I had, I think it was in September. Yeah, it was September. One of the things was if we can get to X number of subscriber points, I would then take, because so this is sort of like a hobby for me. This is not really a source of income, so all the money that I get for the stream basically goes right back into the stream. So once I was able to get an X number of subscribers, it unlocked a certain number of tier of emotes, like more emotes, and I was able to take the money from that and then put it toward getting more emotes. So you're downloading Nolvis manually? It feels like a lot of work. I could be wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong. Okay, I can't sleep here because enemies are nearby. But yeah, so it's been a long time coming, but since it's been since September, really. But we had, but I knew there was an artist in particular I wanted to work with. She had a little bit of a backlog, and then she had surgery, and so... Can I not hit this guy from here? I'm running. Oh no, I'm dying.
With you died our last hope for justice.
Ow!
Tharn is now free to do as he will.
Anyway.
It saddens me to see the beautiful land of Tamriel rotting from
So
within.
there was a bit of a delay, is the gist of it. There was a bit of a delay until the emotes were done, but they are done now, and they're just awesome. I'm very excited to share them with you guys. So stay tuned. The only time skeletons are dangerous in Elder Scrolls? I know, right? They are super powerful in this game. I don't know why. I got one, I think. Got me. It got me again. I'm gonna keep trying to do this and see if I can just get through here. I don't think I have another potion of health. I'm pretty sure I don't. I have a couple just random potions, a potion of cure disease. I don't know how you go to get your potions identified, if that's the same thing. Like, you go to maybe the Mages Guild and just say, hey, could you identify this potion for me? But it seems like I don't want to spend money to do that. Oh, hey, it's an orc. It was an orc. Now it's a dead orc. That. Splat. I do like the death animation, how they just splat. Splat on the ground as though the way I killed them was dropping something large on top of them. I don't want to go that way. Or do I? If I sleep right here, this seems safe. Okay. Heck yeah. I'm healed. You do a save. Safety first. Where am I? I wonder how long I'll be in this place. So we entered... Came through there and went south. We didn't explore this area because I thought it was too expansive. But maybe I should have. You don't have a choice but to download Nulvis manually, unless Nexus support can help you. You have to do it manually. That's frustrating. I don't know how much help Nexus is going to be lately. I mean, I know it just seems like they're probably inundated with other issues, or a whole bunch of issues with the update, but I could be totally wrong. I could be wrong. Is that loot? I feel like I keep thinking the stuff on the ground is something I can loot, but I can't. It's just like, here's some dirty laundry on the ground. Hello. Are we where I think I am? Am I where I thought I was? Yeah, I was, actually. I was thinking this little weird passage you duck under. Something. Okay. Maybe we go this side of the hallway? That's where you left your laundry, Shiokwaddle? I found it for you. Left it there back in 1994 and I found it for you. Oh, your card is declining Nexus? Does your card think that Nexus is a scam? Maybe it is. I don't know. You're the only person I know, and I mean, I could be wrong about this. You're the only person that I know of who has the Nexus Pro or whatever it's called. Like, I don't know anybody else who's paying for Nexus. What do you get? What do you get out of that? Just the quick downloads? Ah! What the? Is that a dinosaur? Guys, it's a dinosaur. There's dinosaurs in this game. What the heck is it in reality? It's a lizard. Guys, it's a lizard man. The lizard man has nothing useful. There's a lizard man. Pretty sure that was a dinosaur. It's what now, Shiokwaddle? Ranstashan? Ah! God, it's a bunch of lizards. It's the lizard men. The lizard men are attacking me. Help! Maybe we go toward the pounding drums. The beating drums. That seems like a clue. Like the drum beat could be the way I... Thank you, Bob. Usroba, right back at ya. Got some skeletons. We got a lot of skeletons. I hate this. That sort of worked. Although my health dropped quite a bit. Maybe it didn't work very well. Maybe I'm fooling myself. Where can I hide? Is there a place in here I can go and... Oh, I've slept here before. Let's try that again. Camp until fully healed. Okay, that worked. It's from Star Wars. It's a race from there. Oh. I'm not familiar with that. I don't I was just talking about this last stream. I think that I grew up thinking that I was a big Star Wars fan. Like, I was like, yeah, I love Star Wars. And I do like Star Wars. But I wouldn't say I'm, like, somebody who, like, learns all the lore of Star Wars. And the only one I've only seen the movies. Like, I haven't gone into any of the other stuff of it. All the other series and... Okay, here's a broken skeleton. Let's kill it. Oh no, did it flank me? Or is it dead? Oh, it's dead. So it gives you faster download, an auto download. You won't have to download manual on Novus if you had Nexus Premium. Oh, I see what you mean. I thought perhaps there was more sounds of drums. I doubt my ability to open this lock. These are the prisons, it says. Is that marked on my map as the prisons? Maybe I'll mark it myself. Okay. I do like that. I like that you can do that. This room and others nearby were offices at one time, but looting and decay have left them mere shells. I don't know if these are the same rooms we went through earlier, or if these are more offices that are decaying. We went through a few of these before. Okay, this looks like maybe the place to go. Okay. The Royal Bedchamber. Hang on, let me put that on my map. Alright. Come at me, goblin. Alright. Oh boy, there's a lot of them. Potion Punch, you have thousands and thousands of mods usually, right? So, I mean, I guess I could see why you definitely a value. You have thousands of mods. I know Nolvis is quite extensive. Failure, are you kidding me? Open this lock. Open. Kidding me? Open the freaking lock, man. Alright. What is this? Oh, that's the bed. Like a curtain. It looks like it's on fire. Not that many mods? Oh, I don't know why I thought you had thousands. Can't tell if that's red carpet or blood at this point. Yeah. So I think it's carpet and also a bed sheet. This is, yeah. The Royal Bedchamber. The chest is moldy as if it's been submerged in water before being brought here. Excellent. Open. Pilfer. Chest opens. Found 40 gold and a staff. I too like my relaxing bed reminding me of the depths of fiery hell. Absolutely. Absolutely, Bear. I'm with you. I am with you. Don't want that. Is that all there is in this room? Do we have to go out that way? Through that little passageway? I guess there's this also. Oh, and now we're here. Ah! It's the lizard men! It's like, oh, thanks to the Lord, but I just want the chest. Yeah, what's in the chest? Die, lizard men! Are those Argonians? Or are Argonians something else? Those aren't Argonians, are they? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. There's a problem with Nolvis? What is it? Ah! God, I hate the skeletons. The skeletons are my arch nemesis. This says a diagonal slash is -5% to hit, but +2 damage, and a horizontal cut is no modifiers. The sound effects are amazing. I like them. There's something. I guess since I'm here, I may as well save. We should find a bed. Maybe go back to the royal bedchamber. Or we just use this little alcove here to sleep. No, I can't. Enemies are nearby. Yeah, I wonder, maybe we'll play Daggerfall after this? What?! What is this? Can I pilfer this shrine of... I mean, this looks like an imp or something. Can I steal from it? Can I attack it? Can I interact with this in any way? Guess not. Can I worship it? What does this do? Oh, that's use. Oh! That's what that button does. What is this? Oh, I think that's probably spells. I don't have spells. Alright, well. Alright. Can I post a link about the lizardmen? Or would you rather in the Discord? Yeah, you can go ahead and post in here. I assume it should work. Actually, it might not. Hang on, 1 second. Oh, it worked. Okay, cool. Lizard men. Lizard men are green, reptilian, and hostile creatures even if their name suggests they are men. These animals have no relation with men, Argonians, nor any civilized race of Tamriel. When fighting, lizard men can use axes and shields despite their savage nature. They are mainly encountered in dungeons, however they can appear in the wilderness during night. Lizard men may prove deadly to low-level players, blah, blah, but as the Eternal Champion gains... are we the Eternal Champion? Is that like the Dragonborn of this game? I didn't know that. Lizard men become increasingly less dangerous. They're between goblins and wolves in terms of strength. That's interesting. Thank you, Bear. I appreciate that. Little lore drop. As long as the manual update is done, I'll be happy though, even if I have to update them myself. Well, I hope you can... It works out for you. That sounds so frustrating. It's just not letting me maximize it again. There it goes. Everybody is the Eternal Champion thanks to Dragon Breaks. Nice. I remember reading a little bit about Dragon Breaks because I am trying to learn more about the lore in general, and I think it's interesting how any game where you have free choice to some extent, right? How they resolve like continuity errors between games. That's interesting. What's this? Can we search this? Wait, hang on. I hear a weird noise. I don't know where that noise is coming from. Maybe it's coming from inside here? What is this, anyway? I can't loot whatever that is. Can I stand on it? I don't even know what that's meant to be. The noises in here are really freaking me out a bit, I won't lie. Strange. I feel like I'm about to be attacked at any moment. Definitely was just attacked, wasn't I? Hi! Her splat. Maybe I go back to the royal bedchamber and take a nap. If I can find my way over there. I mean, this seems safe, right? Elder Scrolls lore is like every other nerd-infested cesspool of cult worship and schisms from Coda to Kirkbride. Huh. There's a lot of it. And what isn't? Oh, that seems broken. And what is and isn't canon, I think might be disputed as well. The digital artist watching you play and crying because oh, it's this thing again. God, this thing scares me. And it moves when you turn. Digital artist watching you play and crying because I don't even know what this is supposed to be. I know, it's bad. Where the heck am I? My health is quite bad. I'd love to get back to the royal bedchamber. So if we go north and then up and through the thing, we can go find that room that has the bed in it. Help! It's the royal bed. See, mods I have to download to complete it that I'm going to disable. Then I'm going to... Oh, yeah, that's really frustrating, having to download mods in order to download other mods in order... Then you have to go back and, like, clean that up. Yeah, I get that. Hey, Yak3D, good to see you again. How are you? Evening. Know you're going to be sign off soon, but lurking away. Well, thank you so much for lurking. I always appreciate it. I appreciate all my lurkers, honestly. I'm happy to have you here. I lurk in a lot of channels, too. Because sometimes it's just, you know, you don't have the... You're busy, but I was gonna say sometimes you don't have the, like, the capacity, the social capacity or whatever to kind of start chatting, which I feel like I'm experiencing a little bit lately, where I'm in a chat and I just don't have, you know, like the energy to join in sometimes, and that's fine. That's valid. But anyway, all that being said, thanks for being here. I don't think that even applies to you, but I'm just rambling. But yeah. Is that really that bad? I think it's neat. What are we talking about, Lunacy? I lost it. I lost what you mean. I am sliding. Go sleep on the royal throne. No, I don't think they have toilets in this game. Maybe we could find a bucket like in Skyrim. Actually, I should save that after being there. Oh, the graphics? You know, I don't mind them. I think for the most part you can... Okay, is this like a secret? Is this a secret wall? I understand that there are secret passageways here. There's also a lot of, like, this. Which doesn't, to me, seem like an effective way to build a castle, but what do I know? They're pretty bad, but you enjoy them? I mean, yeah. I think once you just get... It's just about acclimating yourself to it, because I feel like, you know, this... And I think it's true, this, you know, even with newer games, like, you get so used to, like, next-gen graphics and, you know, incredible realism and stuff, but if you start playing a game that's not that, even if it's a newer game, like, say it's like an indie game or something that's meant to be kind of pixelated or something, and you start playing it and you're like, this is... You just get used to it. You just get used to it. You don't even notice that stuff anymore. Boy, that was surprisingly easy. At least I don't. Like, I feel like I get immersed in the game, and once you get to that point, then it's fine, and it doesn't even matter. Oh boy, this is my personal hell. We have a wolf stuck on a... Oh. Maybe it's not that bad. Gotten better. Okay, I think these might be beds, but maybe they're broken. So they're raised up a little. I'm gonna get out of here. If I can. I do wish you had better visibility so you could see the other side of a room without having to go all the way into the room just to see if there's any reason to be in the room or to see if there's even an enemy in the room. That's what I would ask for. What does this say? This locks an insult on your abilities. There's a problem though? What's that? I don't know what these are meant to be either, actually. Sorry graphic designers. I'm in a room with doors I can't open. Maybe I should be marking the ones that I can't open. What's this? Can I just take these? Are these potions? No. Huh. Well, everyone, I think I'm gonna call it here for the day. I'm gonna sleep. Nope, I'm not. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save it here. Got a lot done in this game. I'm really enjoying it. I hope you guys are too. I'll pick this up tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. I hope you guys can join me for that. Let me see how I get out of here, actually. How do I exit the game? New game, low game, save game, drop to-dos. No. Continue? No. Just press exit a bunch of times. That's probably Alt F4. Classic. Karma, thanks for being here. Push Punch says it's not happening anytime super soon, but when I get a new laptop, I have to do this all over again to fit it correctly. Okay. Well, I hope... there's no way to transfer it over? It seems like quite a lot, I'm sorry. Vanilla Dragon, thank you very much for being here. It's great to see you again. See you later, Potion Punch. I'm gonna find somebody to raid. Let's see. As soon as I figure out how the heck to get out of this game. We'll find somebody to raid so that we can keep the fun going and we can meet somebody and have a good time. I don't know if anybody else is playing Arena. Let's see. Let's look at the categories. I sort of doubt it somehow, but it's always possible. If somebody's playing Arena, we can go raid. Nope, it's just me. Look at me. I can hear myself now. Wow, that's not annoying at all. How about some Skyrim? Do you guys want Skyrim? Lunacy, thanks for being here. Cheers, have a good day. I hope you do as well. Britt, thank you for being here. It's good to see you again. Hope you have a good day. Soup, thanks for joining. Nice to see you. I hope you also have a good day. Maybe I'll see you later, and I don't know if you'll stream me tonight, but maybe I'll see you there. Spurget, always great to see you. I hope you feel better. I sincerely do. Get well, friend. Rocco, thanks for being here. What do you guys think? Skyrim? Let's find somebody playing Skyrim to raid. Let's see. It'd be fun to find somebody doing a first playthrough, because I always enjoy first playthroughs of Skyrim. I'll be back, like I said, tomorrow for more of Arena. I'll also be playing it on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, I'll be playing Skyrim Permadeath. My stream started at noon. I do have a special stream this upcoming Friday at 7 p.m. where I'm playing American Truck Simulator with Sassy Penny TV. I've got more information in the Discord. If you'd like to join that, please feel free. Let's see. And like I said, I'll be uploading some new emotes today, so make sure you check those out. Thank you guys so much again for the follows. What a nice number of follows today. It's always nice to meet some new people. Just, you know, stream in a new category and meet some people. Alright, let's go, let's go raid, last name unavailable. I have watched her stream before, and that's fun. She's playing Skyrim. Looks like she's in... Oh, this was Riften, but maybe it's not. I think it's Dawnstar. Let's go give her, let's say like a warm hug. Let's go show her some support. Warm hug. Got some raid messages if you'd like to spam them, feel free. First one's for non-subscribers, second one's for subscribers. And, yeah, I'm gonna get the raid started. We'll see you over there. Let's see here. Got everything working. Always still trying to figure out the buttons and stuff, but I will see you over there. I will be seeing you tomorrow also, 12 p.m. for more Arena. Until then, everybody, happy adventuring.